Good morning, everybody. Today is September 24th, 2024. This is your regular board meeting for the Lake County Board of Supervisors. We will begin today with a moment of silence, and I'm going to pass this on to Supervisor Paiska.
Yes, so last week we learned of the passing of Brad Honorado, Congressman Thompson's Deputy Chief of Staff, and really a massive champion for our district. He was always there. So many of our community members have personal stories where Brad just dropped whatever he was doing to help them through issues. I know everyone on this board has had those interactions with him, even before coming to office. It's a tremendous loss. And Mike Thompson, Congressman Thompson, did make a Facebook post Thursday night calling him family. And when I think of Congressman Thompson without Brad, it's hard for me to even wrap my head around it, because they were so intertwined and together and just a force, and sometimes like an old married couple, because they've been working together for so many decades. So my heart just goes out to our congressman and all Team Thompson, and each of us that have had these interactions and incredible stories to hang on to Brad's memory. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything.
I think you said it really well. Thank you very much. Supervisor Paiska, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. We do have an extra item here related to the moment of silence we just have. This came, the knowledge of Brad's passing came to our attention after the fact of the posting of the agenda. And we want to take action based on the request from Mike Thompson. And I apologize, the request from Mike Thompson came after the posting of the agenda. We want to take action on that prior to the next agenda item in order to match what other cities and counties are doing, and hence why we're asking for this to be an extra item. Any questions or comments? Want to open it up for the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? I see no hands in the Zoom room. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak, and we'll call on you. And please come on up to the mic if you're in the chamber. I love seeing a packed chamber. All right, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Want to do it?
I'll go ahead and move. Sorry, let me get it. I'll move to consider the extra item, and that's what I do first, right?
Is that good enough?
Second.
Because then we'll take it up later, right?
Yeah, we're not doing the actual item itself.
Correct. As an extra item, and on the basis that it came up after the posting of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And just want to go back real quick and thank staff for helping get this put together real fast. And of course, thank you to Vice Chair Crandall as well for being involved. Let's move on to the consent agenda.
The item itself now.
What was that?
We can do it one.
We're going to do it real quick after this. So we're going to go through, I want to make sure we go through our presentations first. We have a lot of people here who are excited to receive some certificates and be acknowledged. Consent agenda, any items to be pulled from board members?
5.9.
Okay, we have 5.9. I'd like to pull 5.8 and 5.10 as well. Anything further? All right. Anyone from the public wish to pull a item from the consent agenda? See no one moving and no one raising their hand, so bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to approve consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.7 and 5.11.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will get to those items at a later time. Next up is our 9:02 a.m. public input. Anyone wish to speak on anything not related to an agenda item on our agenda, please come on up. You have 3 minutes. I see no hands in the Zoom room and see somebody moving, but not to the microphone in the chamber. And so let's go ahead and close public input. Don't believe I saw a pet here today. Am I mistaken?
No.
So we will go ahead and pass over that and go straight to our presentation of proclamation declaring September 27th, 2024 as Native American Day in Lake County, our 9:05 a.m. item.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. All right, Board of Supervisors, County of Lake, State of California proclamation declaring September 27th, 2024 Native American Day in Lake County, California. Whereas Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years and the richly diverse cultures of the 7 tribal nations to Lake County: Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, Khoi Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Abemetal Pomo of Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and the Elam Indian Colony have informed every aspect of our community's history. And whereas Native Americans have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous. And whereas we celebrate the richness of the county's unique tribal history and traditions and the impact Native Americans' cultures have had upon every American. And in 2019, our board took the historic step of declaring each second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County, an affirmation of the commitment to honoring this unique, powerful local history. And whereas the Lake County is committed to protecting the sovereign right of Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen their own communities. And whereas in observance of Native American Day, the County of Lake encourages all citizens to join in recognizing the accomplishments, contributions Native Americans have made to our county, and salutes those who have sought to honor the important role of tribal leadership in our county's past and present future. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares Friday, September 27th, Native American Day in Lake County, California. Passed and adopted the 24th day of September, 2024, signed by the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Bruno Sabatier. So thank you very much. I did just want to make a comment. Most tribal leadership will be at the Capitol on Friday. We have the showing of our flags. We have a lot of traditional stuff happening over at the Capitol on Friday I think it starts from 10 to 2. So most tribal leaders will be down there at the Capitol taking our flags down and, honoring every tribal nation in the state of California. Also just want to commemorate this year is the 100th anniversary of the Indian Citizenship Act. That was passed by President Coolidge. So for the first time in the country's history in 1924, Native people were basically made citizens of the United States, partial citizens. Not every state could we vote in still at that point, but we were no longer considered just animals or, non-native citizens here in the state of California. So it was a huge step for us. I just want to commemorate that year. Still have a lot of battles as far as our religion went up into the 70s where we could even practice our culture and our religions. But I wanted to state that day today for the indigenous people, the original inhabitants of this land. 100 years ago, we actually were able to be made partial citizens of this country. So it's a monumental year, and we'll be celebrating that at the Capitol. So, yep.
I'll just add one thing, because Moak pretty much said it all. With regard to the 1924 Citizenship Act, Ethan Anderson from Robinson Rancheria was a real intricate part to that. He went to the Carlisle Indian School and came back and helped. And what took place was veterans that served in World War I, that was a concern, because the folks felt like, well, we served in this war, so why can't we vote? And so it ended up working out. Most of the veterans got to serve. If they were a person that decided to relinquish from the tribe, they can be considered a citizen. And then in the 60s, during the Civil Rights Act, that's when the Native Americans were able to vote from there. And then with culture, the 78, that was a good mention. You had your Native American days or California Indian days, and we had our big time as well. I'm still sore because I had to dance twice, and I'm too old to be doing that, but hey, it's what it is. But thank you, everybody, for being a part of this. Thank you for bringing this to the board, and we'll probably see you on Friday, too. All right. All right.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah. I just want to recognize both of you for the impact that you've had on the county and the state. And it's your last time doing this. And I know we're going to have a lot of lasts this fall. But your leadership has significantly impacted the county and the state. And I was really happy to be able to drop by and celebrate that 30th anniversary. When I think about the impact that Middletown Rancheria has had on our community growing up, it's pretty profound. So thank you both.
I'm going to kind of mimic the same words. I appreciate what I've learned. I think that you have changed the way people interact overall and understand, because I think that until we make connections, there's a lack of understanding. And I know that, Moak, this is your last year, and all of us eventually will have a last year, and I sure hope that we keep doing this, no matter who it is that represents the people of Lake County at this dais, because I think it's important to make sure that we remember the past and we push everybody in the correct way into the future. So thank you very much.
This is going to be my last year, too, and among the things I'm going to take away from my service on this board is just how stunning it's been to serve with not one but two members of the Native community here. You know, plenty of issues bouncing around this community, and there's some people saying you can't change history. Well, you can. You can make history, and you two have definitely made history through your service on this board. And I think we can also acknowledge our history by understanding it better. And it's been both a privilege and an occasional smackdown to me of my own understanding of all the issues that do face our Native peoples here. It was a smackdown when I was still with Social Services, learning how to notice under the Indian Child Welfare Act, and learning belatedly just the systemic tragedies that have been visited upon our Native peoples and the scattering of their families, and just centuries of disrespect. So I take a lot of heart with this, while also knowing how much more work needs to be done to open hearts and minds and have your colleagues here on this room and in this room truly share and path and chart a new history together, instead of just documenting the things that continue to divide us. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Michael. And you guys did touch on something. The only Board of Supervisors in the state of California that's ever had two tribal people sitting on it. So it is a part of history. And Lake County can be proud of that, all the constituents. So it's something that'll, I hope, happen more often. But hey, part of history today. So good job, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, this is great. Oh, these are great photos. Wait, I want one more. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
All right, 6.4, our 9:10 a.m. item. Presentation of the semi-annual Employee Service Awards for the County of Lake to recognize years of service. And Ms. Samick will be taking the lead on this. Please come on up.
I think I'm loud enough without it, but we'll try this. Thank you for coming today. We take time out twice a year in September and in March to celebrate the service of our employees. You are our most valuable resource that makes all the work happen in the county. We just want to take time to say thank you. We will call each department up and they will honor their employees. Our first department is admin.
I'll keep it short with everybody here. So first up is Johanna DeLong for 5 years, Assistant Clerk to the Board of the Supervisors. Appreciate everything she does for us. Second up is Terry Logston, our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer and Tribal Liaison, 5 years. And then going on to animal care and control, Jessica Leichman, Deputy Animal Control Director, 5 years. And that's it for us.
Next is the Auditor Controller.
She was just outside. There was no room. I saw her go back.
Okay, I'm going to skip her just in case she comes back, and let's do behavioral health next.
Thank you so much. Well, where are you all? Come up. You know who you are. Holly Austinson. Holly Austinson is a substance use disorder counselor senior, and this is her 5-year anniversary. Wait, did we get a picture? You're not escaping without a picture. Okay, next we have Linda Bauer, who is a mental health case manager, and Linda has been working with us for 5 years. Thank you. Also celebrating 5 years, we have Ms. Janet Button. Come on up. Janet, she's an accountant. Also, our Ms. Lovely Lindsay Mason, who is also an accountant, and both Janet and Lindsay have been here 5 years. All right, I don't think she's present, but I do want to give a shout out to Patricia Messner, who is a supervising behavioral health clinician, also 5 years. Thank you, Patricia. And we have a 15-year anniversary as well, although unfortunately I think he played hooky on us today. I don't see him anywhere, but Mr. Edgar Ontiveros, he runs our La Voz de la Esperanza down in Clear Lake. Thank you so much.
Baby.
Okay, we'll do it out there. Thanks, guys.
And we're going to go back to the Auditor Controller. Ms. Genevieve.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me? I would like to announce Renee Littlefair, our payroll specialist, for 5 years of really hard work keeping payroll. So my classes, thank you so much.
Child Support Services. Good morning. I'd like to first announce Tanya Bravo, Child Support Officer, 5-year service. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. And then I would like to announce Mary Latte, Child Support Assistant, 10-year service. Thank you, Mary. Tammy. Okay, this is Amy Jensen, Child Support Special Programs Coordinator, 30 years of service. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I'm going to interrupt real quick. If you have to leave, please do so, but I would love to have you all stay so we can all celebrate together. If you could, please.
Next, we have Community Development.
Morning. I was standing real close so I could use that time that I would normally be walking up here to talk about my people. We have 3 5-year awards today. Michael Herringshaw, come on up, Code Enforcement Officer. And I decided to skip the part about how I've known him since he was like knee-high to a grasshopper and just talk about how intelligent he is and how he knows our code, but he also knows our county, and he works with compassion with our community. Simone Hingston, come on up, our plans examiner, 2. And I could talk about her intelligence and her Swiss pragmatism and her wit, but she just passed a CASP test, which is how we evaluate accessibility, compliance with accessibility laws in our plans. And I got to tell you, when I used to work for the county, a long time ago, there were like 2 CASP certified people in the county, like regular people. Now we've got 2 CASP certified on our staff. So that is a wonderful accomplishment. Thank you. Stay there. And then Shannon says, Community Development Technician. You are really lucky if you have somebody like Shannon on your team because she's no drama, very professional. You ask her to get something and it's like no big deal. She just does it, even though it's remarkable. And she's one of those people who doesn't bring a lot of flash to herself, but when she's gone, you feel it. So I'm very, very privileged to have these people on our team, and our county is lucky. Thank you.
Next, we have District Attorney.
Thank you. I have Claudia Mendez, our victim witness advocate, for 5 years. She is amazing. She's bilingual. She connects with people every day, and she's an incredible gift to our office. She's not here right now, but thank you, Claudia. Rich Watson is here, my chief. He's here 5 years. He worked his way up a little bit quickly. And I could not do my job without him. He's like there every step of the way, so thanks so much. Marcy Barnes is 10 years legal administrative assistant senior, and Marcy is just works so hard. She's unflappable. There's never gets stressed out. If she doesn't show. She's excellent. We wouldn't want to work without you having you there. Ed Borg, Deputy District Attorney Senior, 20 years. 20 years, he's up in court. He's so well needed in there. And Art Groth, Deputy District Attorney Senior, 25 years. He's in the office charging criminals. He didn't want to come, but he's a little bit shy. But thank you so much for all my staff. I really appreciate them.
Next up, we have elections.
Good morning. I'd like to honor Savannah Fate, Election Senior Specialist. She's been with the county for 5 years. So I want to give a personal shout out to Savannah. She's due in October with her second boy, so we'll miss you during election time, but congratulations on that. I want to also say that I've learned so much from Savannah. I've got to know her and seen her grow not only on a personal level, but on a professional level. She graduated from Mendo College in 2021 and recently graduated from the California University of Northridge in May of 2024 this year. So I want to applaud her and congratulate her for all her hard work. It's been a pleasure working and seeing you grow. And there's more of Savannah to come.
Health Services.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, I'm only going to take one of these and then I'm going to pass it over to Craig for environmental health. So today we are celebrating Grace Guntavano with 10 years of service.
Good morning. I am absolutely stoked to introduce these service awards for these folks. First, I have Donna Cloninger, been with us 5 years, and Priscilla, been here 5 years as well. Both of these employees have absolutely outstanding, and we couldn't do any of the work that we do without them. Congratulations on your 5 years.
Oh, I think we already did it. When we were clapping, I think he spoke of Priscilla.
Well, let's Priscilla.
Right,
Priscilla, I know I saw you here.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Did they miss Priscilla? No.
And Priscilla is also celebrating 5 years. Thank you.
And next we have my team. I have 2 members with 5 years, Irondi Campbell. And Irondi has this amazing sense of humor, sense of organization. She has elevated our benefits game and presentations. Everything she does, she just takes on with gusto, and I couldn't be luckier to have her. And next, we also have celebrating 5 years, Frida Hames. She handles a great deal of our recruiting. Again, another person with a wicked sense of humor, a sense of joy, and I am very lucky to work with both of them. Thank you for your service. Next, we have the library.
She's not here today, but Amy Patton, our library technician, is celebrating 25 years, and we're so lucky to have had her for so long at the library.
Next, we have probation.
Good morning. First, we have Colton De Los Santos. He's 5 years with the county, and he's 1 year with our office. He's a deputy probation officer and does a great job. Next, we have Michaela Nolan. Michaela is a supervisor, deputy probation officer, and she is in supervisor training this week, so she can't be here. But she's got 10 years with the county. She's a great part of our team.
Public Services.
All right, well, good morning. We have two individuals to recognize on both ends of the spectrum for time. One is not here, and that's Will Kenner. He's a Parks Maintenance Worker Senior, 5 years. So Will Kenner, he chose to be out in the parks. He did. I invited him for sure. And then the other end of the spectrum, and he has a picture of his family up there along with his other passion, which is fishing. Bob Allen, 35 years, and I think that's worth a big round of applause. So Bob's wife is here, and I'm not sure if it's to celebrate or to ensure that you continue working. So I'm gonna hope that it's the latter. Well, actually, I hope it's both, but I sure hope you continue. He's if you don't know Bob, shame on you. He's a wonderful human being. He knows he knows your buildings in and out. He's worked up from 1988 as an extra help grounds worker, I believe, all the way up now he's the deputy director for project and operations, primarily focusing on facilities and parks. But I've learned more from Bob than anyone else in my time here at the county. So I am grateful, and you all should be as well. So Bob, thank you for your service.
Public Works.
Hi, my name is Glenn March. I'm the new Public Works Director. I've been here 3 months, and one of the most special groups who work very hard is our Roads Department, and we have 2 of the stars of our Roads Department here. Our first person we'd like to congratulate is Daniel Wright. Daniel has been here for 15 years? 20 years? 15, 20. And Daniel is one of our road supervisors, so he is out there making sure the work gets done, as well as chipping in and making that extra effort to help everyone make sure the roads are in great shape. Our second person is James Stuckert. James is responsible for the paint and sign shop. So if you see all that new striping out there and new signs.
Next, we have the Sheriff's Department.
I feel like there's a quartet coming in.
Maybe I'm going to make it small for myself. Good morning. Good morning, Sheriff Rob Howe. We have quite a few, so I'm going to go through this quickly, then I'll say a few words at the end here. First, we'll start with Demetrius Donaldson, Deputy Sheriff 2. Andres Fernandez Alvarez, Deputy Sheriff 2. Tony Jackson, Deputy Sheriff 2. Jacob Masdeo, Sergeant Corrections. Stone Phillips, Sergeant Corrections. Deputy Sheriff Corrections, Carl Potter couldn't be here today, but I'll give the name either way. Juan Villa Munoz, Deputy Sheriff Corrections. And John Wander, Deputy Sheriff 2. These are all of our 5-year recipients. I'll move on to one 10-year recipient. That'd be Jeffrey Mora, Deputy Sheriff Sergeant. Final 3 couldn't be here today. I'm going to go over the names fairly quickly. Aaron Clark, Deputy Sheriff Sergeant, 15 years. Dennis Keithley, Deputy Sheriff Sergeant, 20 years. And Jared Bassard, Sergeant Corrections, 25 years. And just a quick thank you to you all. I think we all know the value of our long-term employees. The experience, knowledge you bring is invaluable. I've said this before, I believe it to be true. The county doesn't run without you people, and I know my department doesn't run without these people. So thank you very much for your service. Thank you also to loved ones, family. 8 to 5 isn't a normal gig for us, so there's a lot of sacrifice made by family and friends to support these men and the women in our department. So thank you all.
Next up, we have social services.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Page. Our director, Rachel Dillman-Parsons, could not be here today, so I am presenting on her behalf. We have quite a list. She did write a little blurb about each person. I don't know, do we have time for that? Okay. First up, we'd like to recognize Jennifer Alfinda for 5 years of service. Jennifer is an administrative analyst for the director. Her expertise in all things, especially smart sheets and policy writing, makes her invaluable to the department. Next up, we have Noelle Boosty for 5 years of service. Noelle is our supervising analyst at Child Welfare. Her cheery demeanor and can-do attitude make her a delight to work with. Next up, we have Karen Kahn, 5 years of service. Karen is one of our office assistant supervisors at our Anderson Ranch office. Karen is chaos coordinator extraordinaire. She makes sure the public receives exceptional customer service from reception. Next up, we have Jeanette Foley for 5 years of service. Jeanette is one of our office assistants at Anderson Ranch. She has excellent phone skills and she excels at customer service. Next up, we have Sean Ford for 5 years of service. Sean is a social worker 3 at our adult services office. He is a great sport in addition to being an advocate for the elderly and for disabled adults. Sean can often be seen wearing a kilt to our DSS employee events. Next up, we have Adrian Just, 5 years of service. Adrian is one of our systems analysts as well as our LCEA union president. Adrian is always friendly and approachable. He provides outstanding customer service to DSS staff. Next up, we have Michelle Lambert for 5 years of service. Michelle is one of our eligibility specialists. She joined DSS in reception. She then promoted to a lead position. Helping our customers is her passion, so she then transferred to eligibility, where she continues to help all of our customers. Next up, we have TJ Nagra for 5 years of service. TJ is a staff services analyst for foster care. He has abundant patience and excellent computer skills. He can learn just about anything he puts his mind to. And finally, 5 years of service, we have Rebecca Ogawa. Rebecca is a social worker 2 at Employment Services. She tackles every new assignment with a positive attitude and never hesitates to roll up her sleeves to learn something new. She has helped streamline workflows to help coworkers and customers alike. Moving on to 10 years of service, first up we have Sarah Keene Pasalo. Sarah is our system support analyst at Child Welfare Services. She has extensive knowledge of the computer systems used at Child Welfare. She's always willing to help with data collection, and she is a great asset to CWS. Next up, we have Denise Ochoa for 10 years of service. Denise is a social worker 3 at Child Welfare. She works very hard and always has a great attitude. She works with families, inputs data, and is also in charge of our parenting classes for our clients. Next up, we have Shira Ruiz for 10 years of service. Shira is a staff services analyst at Adult Services. With experience in both administration and at Adult Services as an analyst, Shira excels in quality assurance reviews and at policy writing. Next up for 10 years, we have Amy Shemansky. Amy is the Deputy Director of our Adult Services Office. She is kind, knowledgeable, and unflappable. Her leadership is admired by her team and her peers alike. Next up at 10 years of service, we have Nichelle Winchester. Nichelle is one of our lead eligibility specialists. She keeps her team together and working no matter the challenges. Next up, 15 years of service, we have Irma Castro. Irma is a social worker 3 at Child Welfare. She's in the emergency response unit. Irma is kind and compassionate, and she is always there to support her coworkers. Next up, we have Tracy Keener for 15 years. Tracy is one of our wonderful accountants. She has been around for a long time, long enough to know just about everything there is to know about DSS accounting, and we are extremely grateful to her for her knowledge and guidance throughout the years. Next up, at 15 years, we have Michelle Lepe. Michelle is an eligibility supervisor. She keeps her unit on track and current despite our numerous staffing challenges we're seeing at DSS. If you need it, Michelle's on it, and she is quick to help with translation when needed. Next up, for 15 years, we have Sophia Pena. Sophia is an employment and training supervisor for our Welfare to Work program. She has amazing research skills and catches on quickly to anything new you throw at her. She has the ability to think on her feet and appears relaxed and comfortable in front of an audience. And finally, at 25 years, we have CJ Barker. CJ is a system support analyst at DSS. At 25 years, he has even spent more time at DSS than Rachel has. She remembers when she started at DSS, CJ was the expert with tons of experience, the go-to guy, after he'd been there 3 years. Thank you, CJ, for your dedication, immeasurable patience, and loyalty to our agency. And thank you to everybody for your dedication. We could not do this without you.
Special districts.
Good morning. We have one person from Special Districts celebrating 5 years. His name is David McGrath. I don't see him here. I believe he's out working on our electrical and mechanical equipment. And we appreciate all he does for us and the rest of the staff as well. Thank you.
Treasurer tax.
Hi, so I'd like to recognize Erica Gutierrez. She's an accountant in our Treasury Division and is a great resource both in our office and for other county departments. So thank you again for all your hard work.
Next, we have admin again.
I think it would have been all right if she introduced herself, but Pam Samick, 5 years of service as a Human Resources Director.
Before I turn it over to the board for their comments, I just want to thank Cherish, who puts all of this together and hounds everybody for their pictures and does just an amazing job doing this. Thank you for helping to celebrate our employees, Cherish. And to close, I'll turn it back to the board.
So I think before we all speak, I'm going to make the motion to get up and give you the standing ovation you deserve. You are serving the public. We are in the spotlight and make these decisions that eventually impact you, but you're the ones making impact on the lives of the people that we serve here in Lake County. Thank you for your dedication. 5 years, you learn the process, you understand Lake County, you're able to flow through the process every single day. 35 years, holy smokes. We're gonna have to create a new 5-year category just for you. Your dedication and your loyalty to serving the people that are your neighbors, your friends, your family is amazing. It's outstanding. Thank you so much. Any other comments before everybody leaves?
Too late.
Well, just to Pam, department head years, we measure like dog years. So I believe Pam is actually 35 years of service today, and I thank her for that.
And I do want to acknowledge how much we have to pivot during our emergencies. It's not just 9 to 5. It's not just being in the office and doing work or doing field work. It is so much more. And so thank you so much for always being there for the needs of our community. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Thank you, EJ. All right, welcome back. We are going to real quick take up our extra item, and then we'll go ahead and continue to our 9:45 a.m. I just want to make sure that we get past this item first. 4.1, extra item, consideration of we're on part B, consideration of lowering flags at county offices to half staff to observe the passing and recognize contributions of Brad Honorado, Deputy Chief of Staff to United States Congressman Mike Thompson, on Tuesday, September 24th and Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. That was a correction to what was written in the agenda. It is Tuesday the 24th and Wednesday the 25th. So this item is before us. There are specific requirements from the state and federal government on what can allow the flag to be at half staff. The county does not have a specific ordinance. However, it does say within the content of the law, I don't have it right in front of me, and other persons related to like congressmen or congresspersons or other things. And so we feel that it fits right into that. Brad Honorado was very special to us, did a lot of work for us, and I feel, myself and Vice Chair feel that he should be recognized for his work. And so today in front of us is for us to approve to lowering the flag at half staff and moving forward. Any comments or questions?
Just a quick notation on the memo, the dates, September, Tuesday and Wednesday is correct, but you have September 23rd is today and tomorrow is September 24th. So I assume you want to lower the flags today, Tuesday, September 24th, and Wednesday, September 25th. I see no other mistakes in the memo.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Supervisor Simon?
Just a comment to follow up on this, obviously in complete favor of getting it done, but I did just also want to recognize not only was Brad always an advocate for Congressman Mike Thompson here in Lake County as we work together, but we also work closely with him on the federal side. All the tribal nations in Lake County, Congressman Thompson is our representative, and Brad is always the ones that we reached out or through. So I want to acknowledge that of the work that he's done for our federal partners here in Lake County also.
Thank you for that comment. And with nothing further, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see no hands up in the Zoom room, no one getting up in the chamber. I will add one thing. I know that Supervisor Pyska brought to us a flag ordinance. I am looking at potentially bringing back an amendment to give us more flexibility so that when there is a request, we can act on that faster than having to wait till a board meeting. So something will be coming back in the future to see if that's something that the board approves. Looking for action.
Okay. I'll sure miss his calls and saying, Supervisor Crandall. That's how he said it, yeah. So I'll go ahead and move to approve this. Well, we already approved the extra item. Make appropriate findings and direct staff to lower the United States and other flags at county offices and facilities today, Tuesday, September 24th. Right. 24th. Yeah. And tomorrow, Wednesday, September 25th, to have staff to honor Brad Honorado and direct staff to lower said flags as appropriate.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, now we will go back to our 9:45 a.m. item, and it is a hearing, consideration of excess proceeds claim TDLS 160 APN 039465540. Mr. Sullivan.
All right, Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm here with Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Liz Martinez. There should be a Michael Citron on Zoom right now from Unclaimed Financial LLC. I just want to confirm that he is present.
There is a Mike Citron in the attendees. If we can go ahead and upgrade him to allow him to speak. Just at this moment, let's just wait until a presentation is made, and then we'll...
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're going to go ahead and ask the tax collector to provide a brief presentation, and then we'll let you speak in a minute.
And I did have a procedural question for County Council. Do we need to be sworn in for this proceeding? Is this a reconsideration, and is that not necessary? I just want to clarify that.
So at this stage, the suggestion here would be no swearing of witnesses is necessary because essentially the board made a decision back in March 2024, and in effect we're revisiting that in light of latest updates, which will be covered in this.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. So to provide some background on this, this is a claim that initially was considered on March 26th by your board. It's part of the excess proceeds from the land sale number 160 for APN 039465540. The amount being contested is $16,282. Unclaimed Financial is a company that at least attempted to get the interest assigned by Mary Ellis. Mary Ellis was the prior owner of record of this property. And so Unclaimed Financial submitted a claim, and you'll see the paperwork reflected in the board item. What's important to note, the reason their claim was recommended to be denied and not distributed is that there was not a signature from Mary Ellis, the actual owner, on their form. They had associated assignment forms, claim forms. They had a notary that stamped it and reviewed and certified that a signature had been witnessed. Yet there is no signature from Mary Ellis on any of those documents. For context, your board did consider another claim on this matter back in March. There was another company, the same type of company that Unclaimed Financial is. They did submit a claim. That claim did have Mary Ellis's signatures on it. So at that time, on March 26, your board approved the distribution of the $16,282 to that company for the benefit of Mary Ellis. At this time, because it's been because it was contested, rather, we have not distributed those funds yet. So before any further action is taken, we wanted to bring it back to your board and essentially ask your board to reconsider its decision from that day and make a determination whether Unclaimed Financial did submit a valid claim. In terms of obtaining further information, it may also be relevant to share that Mary Ellis has since passed away since this whole process began, so she is no longer available to provide any further detail. So I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for tax collector? Seeing none, Mr. Citron?
Okay, so first of all, two things. I wasn't aware that an additional company made a claim. If I could be provided that information, I guess either now or after, what company made the claim. I guess we can deal with that after. But in terms of my claim, so basically, if you look, the assignment was filled out and signed. I sent Patrick and Elizabeth proof from the notary book, from the notary, that has her fingerprint, that Mary Ellis was in fact there, and she stamped the book, and the notary met with Mary Ellis. So all that is facts. I don't know if they showed you or not, but there is proof from the notary stamp book that Mary Ellis did meet with the notary to sign this assignment. Yes, my company would get a small fee from this, but the point is, I've been speaking to family members of this client. It's most of the money goes to the family, which helps the family. You're talking about a property they lost and there's some extra money. So, I really would like that this claim should be approved on the facts that if you look at the page from the notary, every notary, when you do a notary, they fill out a book and a page and a stamp and a fingerprint. It's all there. The notary definitely met with Mary Ellis. She stamped her finger. This assignment was done by Mary Ellis at the time. I mean, they can show it to you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. We do see that fingerprint paperwork, but I think what is being provided for us also is the claim for excess proceeds to the sale that has signature from the Unclaimed Financial, but no signature for Mary Ellis. Am I correct in what I'm looking at here, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, Your Sabatier. When you look at that claim form and the assignment of interest, there is no signature from Mary Ellis on either of those forms. Typically on the assignment of interest form, and the way that I believe Unclaimed Financial itself has done it in the past, is you would see that signature on that document. So I understand the point that Mr. Citron is making regarding the notary being present, and it would appear that the notary did meet with Mary Ellis. But what the notary is doing, to my understanding, is certifying that they have witnessed that signature. But there is no signature to witness. There is no signature from Mary Ellis on those documents. So I don't see that it's relevant that a notary met with Mary Ellis that day. What is determinative is that there is no signature on any of these documents. And that's at least our office's position on it.
Well, I'm not denying that she...
And hold on, Mr. Citron. We're back to asking questions at this moment in time. Are there any further questions from board members?
Yeah.
Supervisor Green.
So again, I don't know where assignment of interest forms come from, but the exhibit here shows not only did she not sign the form, there isn't even a signature field for the person assigning the interest on this particular form. There's a nice chunk of notary stuff at the bottom, but there's not even a signature line for the assignment, unless there's a second page of this form that I'm missing. So to staff's assertion, not only does the assignment of interest not bear a signature, there's not even a signature
Mr. Citron,
field.
please keep quiet.
So I think that is a flaw, and also going back to my notary days, it's been a few years, but they can and they do record the presence of something, but they make the presence of a notary stamp has nothing to do with the correctness of the document itself. So other than indicating that there was a thumbprint and she was there. It certainly is no assertion that this form was executed properly.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I want to open it up for public comment on this item. Anyone wish to speak on this, please come on up to the microphone. If you're in Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll call on you.
Hi, Elaine Brown. I have a question for the person. Can I ask the question of the person?
You can ask it to the board.
Okay, great. I've heard from a longtime residents here that there's several properties out there, houses that are just kind of sitting, and that it's a great way of getting income. But I have learned that if you do this, there is like a small fee for this person, this company, I guess, to do this. But the majority of the funding can go back to the families that have these properties that are just deteriorating in our hills. That would be great places for people to live and not deteriorate. So I just want to put that out there. And there is funding that it can go back to the families, a significant portion after you get your taxes. So thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan, that was the case that has been put on hold because of this appeal. Am I correct? The 16,000 that's kind of on hold at this moment in time?
That's right. We have made no distribution at this time pending the board's decision today.
But you have received paperwork requesting the excess proceeds?
That's right. Your board, so there were two, just to be clear, there were two different companies that submitted claims based on an assignment of interest. Your board approved one of the claims where all of the documents were signed, notarized, the appropriate supporting documentation was present. Your board did not recommend distribution on this claim at that time. So one claim was approved, this claim was denied, and this is essentially a reconsideration of that decision.
Thank you for the clarification on that. I see no further hands up in Zoom or anyone getting up in the chamber, so I'll bring it back to the board. Since I know I heard from Mr. Citron, any last comments? Be brief, please.
Me?
Yes, asking if you have any last comments.
Yeah, can Mr. Sullivan tell me who the other company was that made the claim?
And what I would say is please reach out to Mr. Sullivan. I'm sure that he can pass that information on to you.
Okay, to address the other man, I don't know his name, who asked about right under where it says assigner signature, that is normally where the client signs. In this case, she missed the signature, unfortunately. But besides missing the signature, you see everything was done. The notary was there, the assignment was done. The notary stamped the book with a fingerprint that Mary Ellis was there. So, everything was done. She unfortunately missed the signature, but that shouldn't, not help her and the family get back this money,
All right. Thank you very much for your final comments. Bring it back to the board for action.
Well,
Or comments.
Yeah, the signature is the point, so everything was not done.
And if there's nothing further, Chair, I move to deny the appeal of determination
Mr.
for
Chair.
excess proceeds.
Hold on one second.
If I may.
County Counsel?
Sorry, just as for further clarification on the procedures of this, I do have for your board's consideration the recommended motion language. If I may, it would be a motion to deny the distribution of $16,282 excess proceeds to Unclaimed Financial LLC from tax defaulted sale number 160 pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4675 for APN 039-465-540.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your help, Mr. Guantanamo.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Martinez. Okay. Moving on to our 10:15 a.m. item, consideration of an update on approved projects and proposed modifications to American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, state and local fiscal recovery funds, SLFRF funding allocations. Mr. Carter, to pass it on to Ms. Moreno.
Yeah, Stephen Carter, Assistant County Administrative Officer. I'll turn it right over to Casey, our Deputy County Administrative Officer.
morning, Board. So I'm Casey Murno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budget. Today I have in front of you the ARPA fund status. ARPA stands for American Rescue Plan Act, or State Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, or SLRF. So a little background. So in May of 2021, various local governments across the United States were awarded funds. This did include state, local, territorial, tribal governments. County of Lake was awarded $12,506,226. So $10 million of that was the standard allowance, which could be used to replace lost revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic or any other governmental expense. The remaining $2.5 million was the non-standard allowance, which needed to meet guidelines specified in the Treasury's final rule. The board directed staff to redirect the former CARES ad hoc committee to facilitate recommendations to allocate the funds in a way that would best fit the community. All funds are to be spent by December 31st, 2024. Allocations which are under contract by December 31st, 2024 must be expended by December 31st, 2026. So just to give you an idea of the standard and non-standard allowance allocations, so just over $9.8 million is allocated for standard uses, with the remaining 2.6 for non-standard. The reason that we have more in the non-standard is just in case something is claimed and then is decided later that it doesn't qualify for non-standard, we don't have to pay it back because we have a little extra in that bucket. So for the completed projects, we have multiple that have already been completed and were completed early on. That includes ambulance support, First Five, Helping Grow software, mobile library vehicle, Granicus clerk docs for the auditor's office, and content management system update and content updates. So we have multiple projects that are in progress. So that includes broadband, NCO build, the CDD plan updates, armory, and modernization of cybersecurity. These items with the arrows are planned to be completed by the end of 2024. Some of them are just paying for, like the public defender startup is paying for costs associated with getting that office up and running. And so there's no real contract for that. So that will end on December 31st of this year. Any remaining funds would need to be reallocated. So there's 3 new projects that are to be started, and so that includes the Special District Studies, Middletown Multi-Use, and Middletown Park. Those will be presented in the final recommended budget hearing coming up next for your approval. The other projects, we have been assured by the departments that those will be completed by the end of this year or under contract. So this is just a pie chart of the allocation to show you what has been completed, what's still in progress, both paid and remaining to be paid, and what will be started by the end of this fiscal year. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments regarding the ARPA allocations?
So we got confirmation on the First Five project?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, the pie chart that you last showed, everything that's in progress, we have till December 2026 to accomplish those things. It's about getting that last sliver in contract in order to make sure that we're not giving anything back. And obviously, we want to accomplish all the other things that are in there.
Absolutely.
I know that we met as an ARPA committee. We discussed this in great detail. There was one that I just want to make sure that we cover that was in there, but it was kind of not necessarily alluded to in the finances. We gave $800,000 to NCO build, and what I saw on the chart today was that now it's at $1 million with $250,000 $100,000 left over. Just wanted to mention that to make sure that the rest of the board was aware of that change as well that was made. And it's good to see the pie chart being so complete as far as what progress is being made, because 3 or 6 months ago, that's not where we were. So I appreciate the progress that we have made over that time. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Green?
I just want to thank you, Chair Sabatier and Supervisor Pyska, for shepherding these funds through the ARPA process. There's a lot to do here. Most of this definitely predates my time on the board, but you've been able to do quite a bit, and I appreciate your leadership on that and the board's support of your direction.
And I will pass those kudos on to staff. Thank you very much for setting those meetings up for us and bringing us all these projects that departments are submitting. It's on their request, not our creation. But thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No hands in Zoom. No movement in the chamber. Bringing it back to the board, and this was just a presentation. This will be fully approved within the final budget that will be occurring in very near future, after 7 more minutes. So thank you very much, and we will go ahead and let's go ahead and take up.
Just 2 seconds.
Apologize.
There is one thing I wanted to say about it with the NCO building homes. I don't believe we had the final number that would allow them to do their final cohort. We have 200 in there right now, which the committee approved. But we also, in the middle of that committee, approved whatever they kind of needed to make that cohort work. So once we get that data, we would bring either something back or be able to do it within standard budget transfers to make that change. I just wanted the board to be aware if it turns out to be 265, we would increase that allocation for NCO from 1 million to 1,065,000 if that's what it ends up being, and lower something else like public defender or one of the other ones that we as admin have control of. Just wanted you to be aware of that.
Also, I wanted to, I'm glad you kept talking, reminded me of our conversation yesterday. There may be some last-minute changes that are required to be made to ensure that we don't give any money back. Kind of like that same level of flexibility with then bringing it back to the board to let us know what needed to be changed at the last 11th hour. Because the last thing we want to do is return any funds. There's always going to be potential obstacles that we can't foresee between now and December 31st. And I just want to make sure that we are able to allocate and get into contracts for all of those funds. And not sure if we can give direction to that, not sure how that would get accomplished, but I just want to make sure to give you the flexibility to ensure that we do not see any money going back where it came from.
Yes, I would like direction if you don't mind.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And we will come back at mid-year and let you know if we made any changes.
And I think that at this point in time, you have capital asset list that we're going to approve within our final budget. And I think there's a lot to pick through within that capital project list to be able to utilize the rest of the ARPA funds. And I think that at least that limits the scope to a certain degree for something that has been approved by the Board of Supervisors that we anticipate to see being done and accomplished. And so that would be the direction that I would give, is within the list of what's in ARPA and within the list of capital assets to give flexibility as to where to place the money.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And we'll keep it within the same department as much as possible as well.
That would be good. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and take up our, I think we have, this one should be an easy one. I'm going to ask behavioral health. 5.8, approve amendment number 2 to the agreement between County of Lake and Crisis Support Services of Alameda County for after-hours crisis support services in the amount of $90,201.12 for fiscal year 23-24, and authorize the chair to sign. The reason that I pulled this item, and thank you for coming up, Director Jones, is Exhibit B, 4.1 is being changed to say payment not to exceed. If we could just get rid of not to exceed, if I believe that is the only need, that way that gives a little bit more flexibility in case the payment is a little bit more.
Greetings, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you.
That is the only change that I would like to offer. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, open it up for public input. No hands in Zoom, no motion in the chamber, bringing it back to the board for action with that amendment.
Take a shot at it. Mr. Chair, I move to approve amendment number 2 to the agreement between County of Lake and Crisis Support Services of Alameda County After Hours Crisis Support Services in the amount of $90,201.12 for fiscal year 23-24 with the suggested amendments and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Chair.
May I request respectfully that we take up 5.10? Craig is at a conference and he is on to be able to talk to.
Let's go ahead and take it. So approve advanced salary step appointment of Cheryl Bennett to registered environmental health specialist senior, and approve advanced step salary step appointment for environmental health specialist senior for Mark Benchimol. And we have, so the reason I pulled this, just to at least start the conversation, I am perfectly fine with Cheryl Bennett, who has a history of working in Lake County and has knowledge of our processes, our infrastructure, and how things work. To start at step 5, she was last at step 5 before she left. And for Mark Benchimol, and I hope I'm not butchering that last name, I'm happy to support any HR or department head choice to bring them to step 3, but I believe that at this point they have a lot of learning to do of our processes, our infrastructure, and just the way that we do things here. And I just think that step 5 is doing what we wanted to resolve by doing our CPS HR work, which was to kind of reset and put salaries at the right place for the right classifications. And here we are just pushing to the very last top step right away. And I just think that's what got us in trouble in the first place. So just wanted to put that out there. Craig Weatherby is on with us. Mr. Weatherby, let us please provide your input.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this opportunity in front of the board today. So yes, Cheryl Bennett, I'll start with her. Cheryl Bennett was with Lake County Environmental Health for 12 years before she had to leave. She left on outstanding terms. She was a fantastic team member. She was a step 5 when she left, and that's why I have presented her for a step 5 coming back. We're very excited to have her back to the team. So I just wanted to lead with that one. But I understand probably the bigger concern is with the next one I've recommended, which is Mark Benchimol. Has never worked for Lake County, but I presented him as a step 5 request due to his outstanding resume. Mr. Benchimol has 19 years in the environmental health and safety field. He has worked in Ventura County, Mendocino counties, Nevada counties, and also in Australia in Sydney. Mr. Benchimol holds 9 licenses in this field, which we only require 1, but he also has the National Registry for Food Safety, which is fantastic, and as an environmental health specialist at the national level. Additionally, Mark carries with him 3 master's degrees, which are relevant to the work that we do. And it is because of these items that I find Mark to be well advanced in qualification, and his 19 years of service, while not necessarily to the people of Lake County, are to the people of California and to the people of Australia. And I do truly believe that he is qualified to be a step 5 under our rules.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Simon?
The only comment is that the class comp committee, this did come to us and, was approved to come to the board. The hard to fill positions, obviously, Mark, I won't mess his name up either, Mark, coming into the county service, meets and exceeds the requirements. So I know that there was a positive vote. That's why it's here in front of the board. Can't speak for every member, but I know it's enough to get here to approve it. So just wanted to let you know it was talked about before it came here.
Yeah. No, thank you very much.
How long has the position been vacant?
That's an excellent question. So we are actually underfilling a supervisor vacancy, which has been vacant since 2018.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, and just to clarify that as well, I mean, not only do I'm on class and comp 2 with Supervisor Simon, so I do agree with the committee's findings that both of these candidates should come in at step 5, but an additional argument in favor of Mr. Benchamal is, yeah, they are underfilling a supervisory role. If we can plug in a very highly qualified person, there may be incentive and opportunity to have that supervisor role fly again, and that'd be really good for the department. So can't predict the future, but if we can lock in the step 5 now, that would obviously be a huge win for the department, and it also has some potential dividends down the road.
Thank you very much.
Also, if I can just throw one more thing in there, just because I am wildly excited about the possibility of being fully staffed, environmental health being fully staffed for the first time since 2015.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see no hands raised in Zoom and no one moving in the chamber. I'll bring it back to the board and I will make a request. Is it possible for the board to make 2 separate motions for both individuals, or it's up to you?
Yeah, let's try that. I'm going to move to approve the advanced salary step appointment of Cheryl Bennett to Registered Environmental Health Specialist Senior.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next, I move to approve the advanced salary step appointment for Environmental Health Specialist Senior Mark Benchamal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Weatherby. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much. You guys have a rocking day.
And that sounds about right. Love it. All right, we'll move on to our 10:30 a.m. item, public hearing, consideration of the final recommended budget for fiscal year 24-25 for the County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. And I'm going to skip right over to Ms. Moreno.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good morning, Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So today I have in front of you the final recommended budget for fiscal year 24-25. So we want to present data a little differently this year. And so we took a chart that was developed about 7 years ago with a expenditure breakdown of core services by area. So you can see the law enforcement is about 67% with roads, and then the other remaining core services. What I found interesting about this is going back even from 7 years ago, the percentages were pretty much the same, within a couple percent up or down. So just to give you another idea, that's the last year, fiscal year 23-24 expenditure breakdown for core services, which includes law enforcement, roads, and then other core services. And so it's within a few percentage of even the 6-year average. And then to break down by each of the areas, we have law enforcement, parks, ag, and UC cooperative, museums, senior citizen programs, animal control, veteran services, library, and roads. And this is also the 6-year average. So next up we have sales tax. So you can see that it is going down slightly. The Bradley Burns is pretty stabilized, but it is decreasing a little bit each year. And then Prop 172 is going down a little bit more extreme than the other. Property taxes have continued to climb. The estimated amount that we put in for 24-25 was based on the figures that were available in April. And so at the end of the fiscal year last year, there was a bump. There was more taxes that were collected. And so we will be increasing the amount that we are budgeting for 24-25 at mid-year. We also got the AB8, which is anticipating that we will get more a higher percentage this year than we have than we did last year. So we will be increasing that at mid-year. Next is the transient occupancy tax. So it has climbed over the past few years. We are anticipating, we did see a little bit of a decrease last year, but we are anticipating to come back up. It may not be to the extent that we are hoping, but we will be changing that mid-year if we feel there is a need for that. So cannabis tax, since the inception, it has been fairly low until 2021, where it was 8 million collected, went down to 6 million, then 1.8. So last year, when we were developing the budget, we were anticipating it to be about 1.5, which is what we had originally budgeted last year. Towards the end of the fiscal year, it did increase quite a bit, so we are anticipating it to be closer to the 2.5 that was collected last year, which we will be changing at mid-year. So to give you an idea of the cannabis tax allocation by type, it is split 30% for planning, code enforcement, water resources, environmental health, 30% for law enforcement, 30% for economic development, housing, and risk reduction, and 10% to youth programs. So you can see the ending balance from last year is that second column there, or row, I'm sorry. And then the new funding this year, with the expenses taken out, remaining balances at the bottom. So here are the ARPA Committee's recommendations. So we have the 3 new projects at the top, and then the changes down below. So the NCO build program, additional $200,000 with the request that we are requesting the discretion to be able to change that to fit whatever a cohort is, if it's the 265 or if they need a little less than that. The housing strategic plan is going down a little bit, as well as the economic development strategic plan. And then the housing and economic development department is also decreasing, with the EMS contract being zeroed out because that it's not going to be happening before December 31st of 24. So with those changes, the approved and the proposed changes, it leaves us where we are at the on the other presentation. So we are still anticipating spending all funds, and then do request your board's approval to be able to move funds towards the end of the fiscal year to reallocate to ensure that we are spending them all. Position allocation changes. There was quite a few positions that are being changed, requested to be changed. With most of the departments are removing positions to allow for these new positions to come in. They are largely higher positions than the positions that are being removed. There is the unfunded positions. There is also a couple changes that I have for the position allocation that is before you today. Would you like me to go over those now or later?
Please.
Okay, so on the position allocation change, there is in Public Works, the financial coordinator, that shows unfunded. It should show funded, because they would like to fill that now. And then under code enforcement, there is 2 code enforcement officers that are unfunded. Those were recently funded by a separate resolution, and that was missed. So those should all be funded. Capital asset changes, there's a few new projects, with some projects having increases. A few notable ones are the new criminal case management systems for the DA. Special Districts has various projects, and the landfill expansion project is increasing. And now I'd like to introduce Director Jones from Behavioral Health to give a financial update.
Just real quick while she's walking up, for the ARPA, for the Middletown multi-use, that will cover the entire amount because it looked like that was changed from 192 to 250. Because I remember, at least from our notes from ARPA, it was 192 originally.
There was 192, and then there was an additional
That's right.
191, so we ended up doing the 250.
Another super quick ARPA question. I saw some planning money in there for special districts. Was that earmarked for specific projects to be studied? I'm seeing yes. I don't suppose South Main Street was among those projects. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll come back to that.
Do you want Robin to tell you what it exactly was she was walking up?
No, because mainly I'm going to make an ask for something that we just confirmed isn't in there right now, so.
Sorry for the interruption.
Not at all. Thank you, Board. As you are aware, our revenue is from Medi-Cal largely, and we have to submit an intergovernmental transfer of our share of costs to the Department of Healthcare Services to draw down funds. On August 21st, we uploaded $1.8 million to our IGT account with the state, and since then we've received $1.5 million back. I expect to receive between $6 to $8 million actually back, so this is good news, though. It shows that the metaphorical blockage, as it were, is beginning to clear, so they are processing our claims. Expenditures, the biggest increase that we've seen overall in our expenditures is related to hospitalization services, acute hospitalization services. There are increased costs associated with those services, as well just as increased volume. So those two factors are driving our costs up, but I also believe that's pretty consistent across California. We have seen a lot of increased revenue. Of course, we're still waiting for payment, but these obviously it's good to see revenue come in. It's good to see the math, and we do anticipate being able to pay off our short-term loan sooner than later, which also is really great. Our fiscal position has definitely been improving significantly. So our goals for fiscal year 24-25 are to continue to tighten up and further sophisticate our monitoring and control of expenditures. We're implementing stricter oversight on hospitalization costs to mitigate unexpected expenses. We're also working on enhancing revenue streams, continuing to pursue opportunities arising from payment reform and the other intersection of funding opportunities. We are also establishing a contingency fund, a set aside just to, weather us through storms, similar to what we've seen before, and quarterly assessments of our financial standing and just health checks, make sure we're doing well. So overall, things are looking really good for behavioral health.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? And I know you mentioned you want to rebuild or build contingencies at this moment in time in the 24-25. There's no reserves left, at least for behavioral health. There is some stuff left for substance use disorder. Hopefully we'll see some of that funding that you'll receive from all that work that you and your team have done go back into those reserves to help build that contingency fund.
Yes, I would say that our first priority would be paying off our debt and then working on saving money.
Appreciate the update. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what? Okay.
I think we're good. Back to you, Ms. Moreno.
So that concludes the presentation. And then we do have one additional change for probation in their account 4070. Do you have the amount? Do you have the amount? 472.
All right, I'll say the amount, $472,821. And what are we doing with it, Ms. Moreno?
So that was, we moved the money from 4070 into various other accounts because we accidentally took it away. And so we needed to move it at final recommended budget, and so now we need to replenish it.
Okay. And what's 4070? Because that's not probation's.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Are there any questions, comments? Supervisor Green?
Well, I don't know that anything can be done today. I'm just going to bark at the moon just a little bit. On the capital asset list, on page 1, right up top, I'm very excited to see $2 million for a water line on South Main Street and Soda Bay Road. On page 3, I see our Soda Bay road widening project and the last drubs of funding that are going to need to progress on that. What I don't have is a connection of the dots. The page 1 allocation, that's a $2 million can that we've been kicking down the road for several years. So my question on ARPA funding was, if I can do nothing else to push this matter forward, then carve out a little additional planning money for special districts. I'd love to think that the city will get its ducks together and come up with a modified annexation proposal. But at this point, I think it falls squarely on the county to examine whether we need to spin up a CSA or other type of funding mechanism to get the water lines down there and get fire hydrants in there before we pave this road. And if we're going to proceed and pave this road without the water line, then everyone needs to know we're going to be diving in there and asking for another $1 million a year or two down the road to fix whatever happens when we do get water lines down there. So again, I'm not asking our new directors in any sense to tackle this. I just want to note for the board's consideration and admin and everyone else that there's a disconnect between our capital assets listed for construction of the water system and the project, which is much farther along to actually pave the road. So it's more of a comment. I don't know if we can do something on the fly to get special districts some money to take some additional investigative steps, or if special districts has it within their current budget allocation to tackle an update of the study that was done, I think, in 2019. But I've been very firm in my desire for fire hydrants on South Main Street, and I've been equally frustrated every step of the way in trying to figure out what the next step might be. And I don't want to burden my successor, Mr. Rasmussen, in that. So that's just it, kind of a comment. If there's a budget fix to be made today, I'm going to beg for it, but I would have to rely on staff to propose one.
Thank you for your comments. Just going to check in with staff. The $2 million is not just a fictitious number that's in there. That's some money that's allocated for that, correct? I'm asking a question I know the answer to, but I just want to ask it out loud.
Yes, it's the one that's been allocated for quite a few years for that water main project.
And so my suggestion, since there's money made available, that your conversation with special districts would be supported by funding that can probably be used in multiple ways, whether that's design, whether that's feasibility study, and to just check in with Director Bore and see what her thoughts are and what her department has planned or not planned and what she might think is the right way to move forward. But I would definitely open up that conversation just to see what's possible, because the money is allocated and is there. And I'll agree with you, there's a need for fire hydrants, but I know that there's needs for fire hydrants in every district that we serve. And we need to work on those things everywhere. But luckily, you have $2 million that's been allocated that can be utilized. And so I would have those conversations. I hope that's closer to what you would hope to have for an answer.
Well, I appreciate the pep talk, but that was, 2 supervisors ago? And it's just interesting when we squirrel money away and absolutely nothing happens for years. So.
And I would have other conversations outside of this, because there's some background information you may need to obtain to understand maybe why some of this got held up. All right. Any further comments from board members? I do have a brief comment, and I'm going to pick on two specific departments. One of them is a division. One of them I've been bugging for a while, but I'm just going to keep bugging until we get to where I hope that we can get. And I'm looking right now at code enforcement under the fines, forfeit, penalties, and forfeitures. Our actuals from 22-23 are that we received $15,000 in fines, forfeit, penalties, and we adopted 0 for 23-24, and we are at 31,250. And my hope is that, number one, I'm looking at the amount of general fund that's being utilized to help support this department, and that change in behavior to better our communities, fines can help with some of those things to ensure that we're not just doing the work for other people and taking their responsibility, but I want to see that number grow to decrease the dependence on general fund, to get also people's behavior to change. I think it's a win-win-win. It sucks if you're getting fined, but we have code and regulations for reasons. And so that's one. The other one is we've all heard multiple times, especially in the recent 6 months, greater need for animal control. And I don't see fines in the revenues for animal control. And I feel that one of those ways to deal with animal control, similar to code enforcement, is to enforce the rules and regulations that we have. And I would love to see a line item, maybe it's not 31-90 fines, forfeit, penalties, but something along those lines that goes along with animal control, because that is one of those tools that we are able to utilize to really gain more control over what's happening in our communities, where animals are either a nuisance or being harmed in ways that we don't want to see. And so I want to see both of those be utilized in ways to better the community, not harm the community, but I think they're being underutilized to get to the changes and the outcomes that we're looking for. And I know there's been a lot of work been done at the code enforcement level. I'm seeing the emails go back and forth to get the data ticket finalized with the policy, and I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. But I feel that our projection is low, which leaves to the dependence on general fund, which in my opinion doesn't incentivize enough to get both animal control and code enforcement away from as much general fund dependence. And so I just wanted to make those statements because I think that we're missing an opportunity to get our communities to conform to what our needs are and what everybody wants to see in their communities as well. So just a statement. Any further comments or questions, Supervisor Price?
Well, additionally, I think we're leaving a lot on the table without the cannabis fines too. When we have violations with cannabis, and we had a hearing just recently where there could have been a significant fine, and so I think that is definitely a bigger bang. We can start realizing those.
Thank you. Supervisor Green.
Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't gently disagree with my colleagues on that, especially on cannabis. If you can't force compliance with the threat of felony prosecution, the idea that you're going to fine people into compliance when the people guilty tend to abscond more often than not, you may succeed in getting properties upside down and having a bunch of impacted property owners, and maybe there is some benefit in boosting compliance in that. But I'm more sympathetic to the idea that we take a look at enhancing animal care and control, just because we all know there's great needs in that department. We do want to boost compliance, and if fines can be one of those tools in the toolbox, that's fine, but let's use that tool with moderation.
Thank you for your comment. Vice Chair Crandall?
Yeah, I just wanted to also chime in on that. I think the meeting last week, you seen that there was folks that were willing to take a fine rather than, in some instances, and I'm not sure if it's the amount that's stated, but I mean, if we can get into a realm where someone would rather have a fine than lose their permit. I just think there's a way to fit that in the middle. And also, I know that the issue as well is understaffing. So I know that if there was enough staff to tell them, look, you're going to be fined if this happens, but right now they're just kind of going around and finding different, violations in the county when it comes to just garbage, dumping, things like that. So it's hard for them to kind of go and, like they did when they had the task force and roadmap task, where they were able to go up there and say, hey, look, you're going to be fined if you do X, Y, and Z, and they would cut down their plants, or vice versa. But I think that's the issue right now, but if we can get to a point where we can implement that, it'll alleviate some of the need for pulling licenses, so I just think that that's a good option if we can get to that point. I know we're still working on getting officers, and I think when that takes place, I think we can be in a better position to do that. But I agree with Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you very much. So let's go ahead, and if there's no more comments or questions, let's open it up for public input. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I just want to explain about the road widening delay. There was about $11 million provided by the State Transportation Improvement Program under Caltrans, and Caltrans is not willing to execute that project until there's an agreement to dig one trench one time. That's the prohibition there. The city of Lakeport has had the annexation of that territory in its general plan for probably over 20 years. LAFCO came within inches of getting approval for the annexation. That was it failed because of one property owner that happens to have a business down there. I think that it would be very important and worthwhile to re-examine that whole project and do it with the city involved and come to some sort of an agreement. It is absolutely insane that we do not have fire suppression in that light industrial commercial sector, which is so valuable to everybody in the county, and the bickering over the sales tax exchange that LAFCO has to negotiate is something that the county needs to just knuckle under and get done. I thank Mr. Green for his comments and appreciate the frustration. The other thing about the code enforcement violations and fines and so forth, my understanding is that they are somewhat complaint driven, and code enforcement provides the alleged violator with a 10-day period of corrective action option before they conduct an inspection. And so, yeah, you're absolutely correct that this is not an effective system for actually preventing damage and injury to the environment or to the mitigations that are associated with the permits. And I think that should be examined as well. But please look at that South Main Street project. Please take the time and go in and find out what's involved and get that fixed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further hands in Zoom and no one moving. I know that I did mention code enforcement, and Director Turner did come to the front row. If you had a comment to make, I want to make sure to give you the opportunity.
Thank you. I didn't want to intrude because, you're all doing your statements. We do look forward to implementing the citation and fines service this year. We didn't want to go overboard on estimates, of course, because it's a new service. So we did go conservative on that. As far as the code enforcement, as well as how we deal with cannabis permits in community development, the board has tasked me with working with the permittees who want to be legal and holding accountable those who blatantly disregard our codes. And that is how we handle cannabis. It's also how we work out in the field in code enforcement. And we do happen to have a very high self-abatement level because we do approach our neighbors as neighbors, informing, educating first before we start doing the punitive actions. So thank you. Thank you for all the attention you give to our department. Love it. Thanks.
And I'm also glad to see that that there was a correction made that the 2 code enforcement officers are no longer unfunded. And I believe that gives you a total of 6 code enforcement officers. So that's great. That'll make a difference. I still see a hand from Betsy Kahn. I'm thinking it's left over. It was left over. Thank you. And without any further comments coming from the public, let's go ahead and close that up. Again, obviously, we went through a much more deep dive process back in June. This is just the quick fixes and smaller changes to the overall. Appreciate your presentation and report. And obviously, everyone involved in making this budget process occur so that we can move forward with this year's services and expenditures. Let's bring it back to the board for our actions.
I see a pair of resos in the recommended action. I will offer the first resolution adopting the final recommended budget.
Supervisors.
Hold on one second, County Council.
Okay. And it would be
As amended with what was presented by Ms. Moreno?
Yes.
As amended.
Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall? Aye. Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
I will offer the second resolution establishing new classifications, and I don't know if we amended that or not.
Actually, I'd like to pause real quick on that, and I apologize. I forgot this was one of my questions. Are we allowed to just create classifications without going into any kind of negotiation with, are we just adding them to a contract of an MOU? Because they would be under a union. If we're creating a new classification, do we have a process that we're supposed to follow prior to approving it here?
Go ahead. Once your board potentially approves it here, it'd be dependent on meet and confer with the union, and that's when.
So it's kind of like a tentative approval that we're doing for those 2 new classifications?
Correct.
Okay.
Offer the resolution tentatively establishing new classifications.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go to budget.
Let's go ahead and take up 7.5, just because we just approved all of that that was needed, and that was from last week. 7.5, consideration of change order number 3, Middletown Multi-Use Path Improvements Project, state project number ATPL 5914-102, bid number 2205, in the amount of $247,258.81 for a total contract amount of $1,408,959.29, and authorize the chair to sign. Mr. March, Director March.
Good evening, Chair Sabatier.
You're good. He'll adjust the volume.
And fellow board members. Ron March, Public Works Director. The change order for the Middletown Multi-Use Path essentially finishes up the project, except for one pending change order that will result from the final punch list from a walkthrough with Caltrans and staff. So the
it's turned off.
It's
turned on now.
I haven't had the class on turning it on. Soon, maybe I'll do that.
I apologize.
tomorrow.
I thought it was always on.
Thank you. In the memorandum, there's 3 funding sources for the project. The Caltrans construction funding provided by the Lake APC, as well as $250,000 in ARPA funding. So the changes resulted from items missed or items added as a result of conforming to Caltrans standards. There was reconstruction of a small portion of wall that was required to make roadway slope more safe. And the project is near complete. I hope to have it complete in the next month.
Thank you. Comments, Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, obviously, great to have this conversation today as we move forward. Yeah, basically complete out there. I know you got the small things that you just did to walk through, but obviously the path, just what an addition to South Lake County. It was neat. I saw some rollerbladers out there the other day, which was pretty unique. So I know it's used a whole bunch. When we're talking about mobility, changing the health matrix, obviously this is one. We need another one out to the Trailside Park, but that's down the road, another project. But appreciate the hard work being done here. Obviously, collaboration from Middletown Area Town Hall that started this project years ago. I think it definitely took longer than it needed to, but glad to be here today with the finalization. And just, as we know, you stall projects for longer length. It costs more to get it done. So just working to get these things done, completed when we get the grants is always great to see. But Glenn, thank you very much for getting it to this point, and obviously in support of finalizing this. And thank the ARPA committee for allowing us to pull some of those funds that were just approved. So hopefully it'll be approved by the rest of the board today. And it was a collaborative effort all the way through. Even the tribe stepped up and we made some changes on design to have a different entrance because we had another new business come in since we did this, and keeping people safe as they move through the community is really important. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Pyska?
Well, I saw a whole family of bicyclists and all the little kids pulling their bikes out. It was so sweet. I love seeing people use that trail. And, some people will say, well, there was a trail there, but there wasn't a trail that was safe for all users. And that's the difference, is this brings equity to the community. This is safe for people to have strollers, wheelchairs. Every type of user can feel safe using this trail. And that's, I think, what the most important thing is always to remember, and how we increase benefits to our communities, is that every user can have access.
Thank you. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate there's some variations and time does change it, but this is kind of an unusual pattern. You had a change order number 1 boosting it, you actually had a change order number 2 shrinking it, and now we're coming back for close to $250,000. So was it something with how we scoped the project? Were there changes in design parameters? I mean, are there lessons to be learned here? Because this up and down swing, definitely support the project. That's not even an argument, but it's kind of an unusual change order history here.
I think every time you see a deduction change order that it's a good thing. It means the staff is actively monitoring the project and taking, reducing scope and taking credits when they're due. It was a in-house design. We give credit for staff for designing the project. We're going to move away from that in the future because we do have so many projects. And I think we may have a different outcome if we have our consultants design projects as opposed to staff, which is very busy. So I think we're going to implement more consultant design.
Thank you.
All right. And without further comments, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Please come on up.
Elaine Brown. I'm a proponent for local things. So is that true? Consultants could be from New York City or, around the world. If we have creative people, which we do in this county, if they can be the partakers of planning it, it has more buy-in. Just saying.
Thank you very much. I think that we probably, and I don't want to speak for everybody else, but agree that we want to see things remain local as much as possible, but we also have to be efficient in providing what our community really needs today and not in the future. We want to make the changes as quickly as possible, so it's a balance. But thank you for your comment. I see no further hands up in Zoom and no one moving in the chamber, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve contract change number 3 in the amount of $247,258.81 for a total contract amount of $1,408,959.29 for the Middletown Multi-Use Path Improvements Project, and authorize the chair to execute and sign the change order.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and go through the 2 behavioral health.
Can we do 5.9 because we have staff here?
Okay, let's go ahead and do 5.9. There's been a request. Approve the Community Development Department to apply for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development PRO Housing Grant and authorize the Deputy Community Development Administrator to sign. And this was pulled by Supervisor Pyska. If you can please provide your reasons.
Well, originally I was asking Director Turner if, because this is such an exciting and important grant opportunity, how competitive this grant is. It's highly competitive, and I'm wondering if we need to garner more letters of support or what we can do to make our application the best.
Thank you so much. Nope. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director, and I am happy to defer input and comments to our Deputy Administrator, Shannon Walker-Smith, and our newer member of our team, Staff Services Analyst Damian Marks.
Thank you. We have known about this grant opportunity for just a short period of time, as is usually the case. And it's been a bit of a mad dash to get a narrative drafted. This is a national competitive grant, so it's a little bit bigger of a lift than what we typically write for state grants. And Damien has been working madly to put together the narrative that's before you now. This is a draft narrative. The way that this grant works is that they want you to draft a narrative and then publish that narrative for public comment for 15 days. So the narrative is now posted on the CDD website with a link to a survey to provide feedback on the narrative for the public and for anybody from the county that would like to comment as well. We can apply for up to $7 million for this grant. The focus of the grant is on housing, preserving current housing stock, and building new housing units. Our goals with this grant that are outlined in the narrative as they currently are would be to develop, well, I guess I should back up and say we've been working with Lisa Judd, Deputy CAO of Housing, and working with her diligently on her housing action and implementation plan, and a lot of good stuff has been coming out of that. And so we worked with her in crafting this proposal. One of the things that came out of a stakeholders meeting that she did with developers was that they really wanted the County of Lake to have a single point of contact. And so one of the things that's in this proposal is a new position that would be a senior planner of housing that would become that developer first point of contact in CDD and would help to walk these hopefully new housing projects through from start to finish. And developers indicated that would really help them want to develop in Lake County. The second part of the project is a pretty substantial rehabilitation program where we would, I haven't presented on this new grant that we received in CDD yet, but I still intend to. But we did receive a CDBG grant that was mitigation money for a 2 code officer mitigation team that would focus on hazardous vegetation during that part of the year, and then substandard housing over the winter. So this is going to be, if we get these grant funds, we would kind of pair those two programs. We would have our code enforcement officers working out in the community with property owners, identifying those properties that are in substandard condition and need repairs. And then we have money, quite a lot of money in this grant, for rehab. So we would set up a program in admin. They would also get a position that would work under Lisa. That would be a coordinator of the grant program, where they would work with the property owners to apply and receive funds to do those repairs at their homes to bring them up to code. And then the other part of that is that we intend to work primarily with Build through NCO on those rehab programs. So it's our hope and intention that if we were to get these grant funds, this would be a substantial way for Build to continue providing the services that are so valuable to our community. So it's both, workforce development and rehab, so a lot of good stuff in there. We also would collaborate with the Lake County Community Foundation. We're going to work with them on some capacity building activities, and we know they have several other grants out, hoping that they get a package together to get their 3D printer, and then we would work with them at what our options are on building new units in the community using that 3D printer. What am I missing?
I think that's touched on most of it. Just to deepen into the administrative office position under Lisa, they would be allowing the public to apply for grants or low interest loans to be able to do the rehabilitation of their homes if they weren't identified with our code enforcement. So we're not restricting it to just those homes that have already been identified by code enforcement, but perhaps our lowest income individuals in the county that need additional rehabilitation to their homes to not only bring them up to code, but make them a safe, habitable place. Also, there'd be an availability of a low-interest loan with some guidelines and restrictions for landlords to be able to bring some of the rental properties that may be substandard up to a quality standard of living for their rental inhabitants. So those would have multiple options for lots of different folks in the county to be able to take advantage of, bringing their house up to a standard of living that we all want to enjoy.
I forgot a really important piece, and that is, as you well know, we're in the middle of the general plan update and the climate adaptation plan. We have a lot of plans happening. The last piece of that is the housing element, which will need to be updated by 2027. We'll probably start working on that piece next year. We need the funding for that, so that would also be included in this grant, both the housing element, any CEQA work that would come out of that, and the potential for any zoning updates that would come out of that as well, with the idea that we would be really looking towards, reducing any barriers and restrictions that exist in building new housing in Lake County, and working towards our pro-housing designation with the state, which would open up additional pots of money as well.
So I'm glad you brought up the climate adaptation plan, because one of the things I was wondering is there a nexus with the climate goals that we have for housing? Because we know we have this substandard housing that isn't adequate when we have cold spells, freezes, heat spells, and all of those. Seems like monthly we have different climate issues coming that really impact vulnerable folks that live in these homes.
Definitely. I mean, because we're writing all of these plans together with one consultant, there is, the threads are going through all of the pieces, and climate resiliency is something that we're definitely always looking at in terms of housing. And part of what we will do in the rehab portion of the grant, we will likely include the need for upgrades to HVAC systems, and we're also looking at the potential to solar power those HVAC systems. I believe the grant that Terry and NCO wrote did not get funded. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
I think I feel like the funding got pulled for that from the state. Is that correct? So we're going to look at including some of the ideas and pieces of that grant as well into this one.
So do we need letters of support?
We will need letters of support. As I said, we were very focused on getting this narrative drafted, a pretty big narrative over a short period of time. So the additional pieces is what we'll be focused on over the next couple of weeks. There's lots of assurances and forms to sign. We need to develop MOUs with NCO and LCCF, and we certainly will reach out for letters of support. And we also have to include all the public comments that we'll get over the next 15 days. And again, just to reiterate for the public, the draft narrative for this grant is posted at the County of Lake website, community development page. It's listed on the left-hand side. It says pro housing grant narrative draft. And then below that is a link to a survey. We would appreciate any public comments. So take a look at our document and see what you think we might be missing. And in addition, we would like to get as much feedback, of course, from the board and any departments as well.
So is there a press release going out with the link to that?
There will be.
There will be? Okay, great.
Also, just to highlight, again, this grant is a 5-year grant, so this is intended to be a sustained effort to make a difference in the county. It does include staff for a period of time and funds that personnel, those staff resources. Additionally, the NOFA, the Notice of Funding, what starts with A?
Availability.
Availability, okay, yeah, that one. Was just a little vague on the public noticing part, but it is consistent with community division's normal processes to have as robust an effort for public input as possible. And so we do request then that we are launching the 15-day public review period right now, but we'd like to culminate that in an actual public hearing on October 8th. So we would like to continue this to a time and date certain. So far, Johanna has offered 10:15 a.m. So we'll end with that. But we appreciate your questions.
Well, let us know anything that we could do.
Thank you for presenting this item. Comment?
No. I was just going to say that the whole draft, including the budget, the whole narrative, including the budget, is a draft. We're not settled necessarily on the bottom line dollars on that. One of the pieces is that we know that in order to get funded, we would need probably a perfect score on this application. And so in the grant writing world, you have to play some games in order to get that perfect score. One of the things that will get us points is having a leverage. So it's not a cash match, but we're able to demonstrate basically in-kind matches that we have from the county to support this project. And if we can get to 50-50 on that, then we can get full points, and that will get us, that would be our best chance to get funded. So we're still playing with the numbers in the budget as well. Just wanted to mention that.
Does that match just count from the county or local partners as well?
It could count for local partners as well, but it would have to show direct support to this project.
Okay, so Red Cross, Climate Team, and Lake County Foundation would be 2 partners, and NCO, the 3?
Yeah, we have the Lake County Community Foundation and NCO's support into the budget currently.
Okay. Have you talked to Shannon?
No, but thank you for that suggestion. I'd be happy to.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Just scanning as fast as I can. That's what happens when it lands on the desk on Tuesday morning. I do see the local share right now at 30%, close to $2 million. That's already within the realm of possibility budget-wise.
It's all in-kind match, so it's a lot of staff time that would also work on the project but not be funded by the project. We're looking at the possibility of what sites in the county have already been identified for housing projects and whether any of those are county-owned and they could be dedicated towards this project. So we're still looking at those, but all of the leverage will be in kind. We do not intend to offer up any cash match.
Okay. Appreciate the survey form on the website. If you're going to have a public comment period, I found the survey form maybe a little limiting. You want people to comment, give them some comment fields, and I didn't see that on there. So when we do the press release, I'd suggest an email address in addition to the survey form. To the extent the survey form is going to be useful, is having some geolocation on it, such as a zip code of residence for somebody submitting would supplement their claim about whether they live in a disadvantaged community. If you can get geolocation in there, you can back that up with census data or what have you. And also to intelligently comment on this big application, maybe backlinking to HUD.gov and the pro-housing NOFO on there would give them, it's a big chunk. You're dealing with this big chunk. So if I were going to come back in October, hopefully I'll have time to read this and we'll be able to comment intelligently. But just reading this cold by itself on the little CDD page, I think it's going to be a little bit dense for people to give those meaningful comments. So backlinking and kind of explaining what this is all about and how that links to the HUD site, I think would give them some of that background information.
Thank you for your feedback.
Vice Chair Crandall, trying to lift up your pen and write at the same time.
Yeah, no, I skimmed through it until the numbers, so I'll look at the numbers. But I appreciate just the verbiage, especially when it comes to like community and local input. I know that there's a lot of projects that happen in the county, and then you'll have the community saying, I didn't hear about this, or anything, and I see here stakeholder engagement, very important, and I appreciate that being put in there. So that way we keep on that, because it's very important. This is very important as it is, so getting ahead of it is the best thing to do, so that way, we're not having any last-minute controversy.
Or delays.
Yeah.
All right. I do have a question. Why is it, it's not often, actually I've never seen it like this before. Why authorize the Deputy Community Development Administrator and not the Director of Community Development? I know that obviously you've worked hard on this grant, but it's
mostly just because I'm the one pushing the button to submit. So it's typically my name to, actually submit the grant.
Okay. I needed to ask because that's not normal for me to see it that way. All right. If there's no, Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I just want to make sure when we're talking about partners and in-kind, we're all inundated with workforce for the hospitals, the schools, because they need to get that talent in. Lake County Tribal Health, same thing with recruiting doctors, nurses, somehow incorporating, maybe there's another MOU or opportunity that can help increase that in-kind stuff there, because we know that there's that demand for housing once we're trying to get those professionals, especially top-notch, the nurses, the doctors, and educators here in Lake County. So I know there's the housing need. We need both, but I don't know. I just wanted to mention that, obviously. And then letters of support out to everybody. I think all, the cities, the tribal nations, all the groups we just talked about. I think we can get that out in the next couple weeks. It just helps move that forward. So.
Thank you for that feedback.
Let's go ahead and open it up for public input. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Come on up to the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, bringing it back to the board.
Okay.
One last question. Please.
Just one last question. Again, I'm just scanning as fast as I can. The basic thrust of this is a staffing up of a program in the county that will do these good housing things, right?
It's only part of it. Actually, a significant amount is going to provide the resources to actually make those improvements.
To individual homeowners through a grant program of sorts?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
The way that I see it is it's a partnership between administrative staff and CDD staff in order to energize the development of housing, and you having the capability to process those documents to get the permits and everything. So I think there's nothing to say no about here.
Well, it's funny because this is exactly the conversation that I had the last 2 weeks at the last two conferences that I was at. And so I had no idea you were working on this when I saw this yesterday morning. I was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I've been asking for. So I move that we approve the Community Development Department to apply for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Pro-Housing Grant and authorize the Deputy Community Development Administrator to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Let's go ahead and take up behavioral health. We are on item 7.2, consideration of the agreement between the County of Lake and the Lake County Office of Education for the Safe Schools Healthy Students Program for school-based specialty mental health services in the amount of $500,000 for fiscal year 24-25. And we have Director Jones. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. Yes, this agreement is for the provision of specialty mental health fee-for-service specialty mental health services. The history of this agreement is that we've always provided specialty mental health services such as individual rehab at the Clearly Creativity School for those students, and so we've built the program. We've also similarly done that at the Lloyd P. Hance School, and your board will notice that this agreement represents a significant expansion of Medi-Cal site certified school sites where fee-for-service specialty mental health may be provided. So the program is expanding its reach into all schools for all students who may be eligible. I would like to note, regardless of insurance or ability to pay. And we are looking to continuing growth in the provision of school-based specialty mental health services.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? See no hands and no one moving. Bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve agreement between County of Lake and the Lake County Office of Education for the Safe Schools Healthy Students Program for school-based specialty mental health services in the amount of $500,000 for fiscal year 24-25 and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And just as a final note, just for Supervisor Simon and definitely the successor as well, hard not to notice that Canocta Unified School District is not one of the school districts that's identified. Hopefully in the near future that can be changed. Obviously that takes two to be able to make that happen. It's not just wanting to have the services there. The district wants to have it there as well, or needs to want to have it there as well, but that's about 40% of our student population that is within that school district. And hopefully in the near future, we'll have that complement whatever other services are already there available at the moment. Moving on to 7.3, consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and drug Medi-Cal service provider Redwood Community Services, Inc. for ASAM Level 1.0, 2.1, and 3.1 services in the amount of $1 million for fiscal years 24 through 27. Director Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. Also excited to bring this agreement forward. This agreement represents a contract of our provider network with the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System. We're delighted to see Redwood Community Services expand their provision of drug Medi-Cal services. They have historically been a perinatal residential provider with their Thule House program in North Lake County, and are looking at expanding to providing outpatient and intensive outpatient services, probably mostly as a continuum from those women and folks that they've had in the Thule House, but also, whoever. There's no wrong door to services. And so this is a great thing for our community to have more availability of those services.
Thank you very much for that. Any comments or questions? And just for clarification, the $1 million is for 24-25 only. We'll get an amendment update in the near future for future years.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's so new, we're unsure how to predict, to be honest.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No one's moving in the chamber and no hands up in the Zoom room, bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the agreement between County of Lake and drug Medi-Cal service provider Redwood Community Services, Inc. for ASAM Level 1.0, 2.1, and 3.1 services in the amount of $1 million for fiscal year 2024-25?
Through 27.
Through 27.
Contract is for 3 years.
And authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes care of all of our items except for our calendars, and I don't believe we have water resources at this moment in time. So let's go ahead and do calendars, and we'll see if we can get water resources for the last untimed item. And let's start with Supervisor Green.
Did we do 7.4?
They may be geared up for that. That's water resources.
Oh, okay.
that I'm.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
I missed one?
No.
I don't know. I want to thank Directors Apadaway and March. Was able to go out on Friday and do a little road tour of District 4. I enjoyed the time with them. I hope they enjoyed it too. It's good to get boots on the ground and just really kind of see some of the issues of concern. Somehow I neglected to take them to South Main Street. That's on me. Met with the Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council on Monday. Had a good chat. We did have one member of the General Plan Advisory Committee for District 4, Ms. Canberra, show up, and nice to see her there and kind of plug in with the community. Looks like First 5 Commission coming up tomorrow. On Thursday, for those who are interested in affordable housing, Lakeport City Council, I'm told, will be holding a special meeting regarding some use of the city's money toward affordable housing projects. I believe there's a project that may be of interest to the community, hence the special meeting. And it's just a reminder that we always talk in glowing terms about affordable housing, but depending on the site and depending on the project, sometimes the community does express concerns. I think that's about all I have until next week. And we're not, okay, yeah, meeting with CAO Parker on the 30th. That's it.
Thank you very much.
I got a tour tomorrow, finish up today, obviously, with the rest of the meeting, and then tour tomorrow of the Artemis co-packing plant there in Lower Lake to go look at that facility. I know I was excited when it was an opportunity for a business to come in. It's there now, established, going to go take a tour. So we're going to do that tomorrow morning, and then Thursday afternoon have the Geysers Agreement Ad Hoc Committee, 1:30 to 2:30, I think is what it is, unless that's been changed.
I think it's pending Doug's jury duty.
Oh, that's right. So anyway, that's what's on the calendar. And then obviously Friday, I stated it earlier, I'll be at the state capitol with the rest of the tribal nations, honoring all of our flags and the tribes at the capitol. So I'll be enjoying those festivities on Friday, and then back here Friday night for the Clear Lake football game, and then moving into Monday the 30th, and then Tuesday the 1st being back here for the board meeting. So that's what I have.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, last week we were at RCRC in Sonoma County, and I'll let Vice Chair Crandall report out, but it was a lot happening. There's a lot to report out on, and of course, it's always great to be around our colleagues and have those conversations offline about how we can better collaborate and work on projects together. So tomorrow I have a meeting with CDD, and then an update with OPR on biomass, and then an NCO board meeting all afternoon. Thursday, insurance working group with CSAC, Lake County Risk Reduction Authority grants, best fit meeting, the Geyser ad hoc meeting pending jury duty, and then in the afternoon, the Lake County Rec Agency in Lakeport. Friday, another conference with another meeting with CDD in Conference Room C, Tree Mortality Task Force, Pear Festival dinner. I think I've got something else in the afternoon. And then Saturday is the Pear Festival. I think Sunday I finally get to stay home, which I'm really excited about for a day. And then Monday, CAO Parker will be back. Yes. All right. And then back on October 1st.
Thank you. Vice Chair Crandall.
All right. So I'll start off with the RCRC meeting. I sent some pictures. I don't know if you got them to put up for the basket. But I'll just start with next week, and then I'll go while you guys get those. So tomorrow, some staff meetings with regard to Potter Valley Project. in the meeting with SLR. There's also a possible meeting with there is a meeting with the Habamatola tribe. I might sit in on that. Thursday's the LCRA meeting. And then Friday I'll be at the Sacramento Tribal Nations California Indian Days celebration or day. I'll be back Monday for a meeting with the CAO and for the Board of Supervisors meeting. And so I'll just start out too with the meeting itself. We had quite a bit of different sessions going on. Appreciative of some of the attention they gave to, for example, the short-term rentals. So it was very helpful. We had some folks that were up there that treasurer, tax collector Sullivan had already been involved with when it comes to the tax collector position as it is, because they deal with short-term rentals and TOT and all that. So that was very helpful. Supervisor Gore was there, who was part of Sonoma, and one of the main presenters was from Sonoma, who had a lot of information, and he had some as well. Also was talking to me about rent stabilization and things like that. So that was inspired a lot of things that we're working on already in the county, and it just gave us a little more ideas. There's also a really interesting brunch on Thursday about sister cities. There was because of, if you go back to 2011 in Crescent City, there was the tsunami that took place, and I'm going to pronounce this name wrong, so I'm just going to go to this real quick. Rockin', I shouldn't even, I'm not going to say it because I know how it feels to get something wrong, so I'm going to leave it at that. But their sister city, the mayor was there. It was, what's that? Japan. Yeah, the mayor, he was a mayor from the city in Japan. Rockin', oh man, I'm going to get it wrong. But anyhow, what was really sad about it was when this took place in the city, he had to make the choice to save his wife and family or conduct his duties as the mayor, and he lost his wife in the process. And so it was very emotional for everybody to watch that and to see everybody. There was lots of lives lost in Japan. 2,000. And so all that was left was a tree. It was a, what kind of tree was it?
It was a conifer.
Yeah, it was a conifer. And so with that, they decided to keep the tree there as a symbol, of resiliency and whatnot. And so people actually come to the town now all of the time to, engage with what's taken place. They have a new economy that they share with Crescent City as well. There was a boat that was that washed across the ocean that Crescent City students had found. Actually, the sheriff deputy, was he the sheriff or the deputy?
It was the sheriff,
Yeah.
but he's a supervisor now.
That's right. Yeah. So he had his son clean it up, and they were going to try to find it. And sure enough, on social media, they found out it belonged to this city and the kids there. And it was named after Seagull, because I don't know the name of it, but it had the Japanese writing on it. And so when they reached out to the school, they ended up making a lot of connections and going from there. So now they share a lot of involvement. They're traveling back and forth to visit each other. The kids are exchange students and things like that. They have some local beers that they've made. They have these oysters that they're engaging with. It's a really, really cool story, very emotional, and we were really glad to be a part of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the delegation from Japan was there, but there was $32,000 that was raised in the auction.
That's right.
To keep students moving back and forth. So every year there's students that are exchanged between the communities.
I wish I could.
I'm going to give it a shot. Rikuzen Takata.
Yes, Rikuzen Takata. Yes, Rikuzen Takata. There you go. And so that was a really cool story to see, sister cities. So yeah, and then there's just a couple other things about forest management, energy agenda. Got kind of contentious in there about that. I'll just leave it at that. Senator McGuire was there for about a good half hour or whatever. That was a good discussion with him, as we know his time's important and the position he holds now. And then there were two minority state assembly and senator, right? And they had a discussion.
Past pro tem.
Yeah, past pro tem, and they were describing the challenges it takes with the rural counties and serving in the positions, but also finding ways to adapt and overcome and meet with fellow colleagues and things of the like to try and push legislation forward that can benefit bipartisanship, basically. So that was really interesting to hear and really appreciative to be a part of this RCRC event. We raised with our basket, it was $2,200, and then I'm pretty sure that Cal Water threw $1,000.
I think they did through 1,000 in too.
Yeah, and so what they do is they bid on it, and we have Rex and another guy who do a really interesting and fun job to raffle off these baskets. And before, some group will, either PG&E or Cal Water or any sponsor that's there will add 1,000 in or whatever the case may be. So we were able to do the same. And get that. We had a really cool basket. People were really interested in it. We had 2 wine barrels. One was an actual table that I had reached out to somebody to carve and paint for us, and it was a hit along with the radio. And if you all know Rick Mayo, he makes these radios out of ammo can boxes. And so because there's been so many issues with animals, because someone has brought a dog before, weapons, and cannabis, and so we were able to dance around that by using an ammo can. So just had to, but it's something people were very interested in, and Rick does an amazing job on these. They're pretty loud. They're Bluetooth. You can use it with a what do you call those? Solar option. Oh yes, she has pictures of it because I did a video too, but I don't know. I might just put it on my Facebook so that way we don't have to belabor it, but. It's really cool.
And big thank you to everybody that donated.
Yeah, and everyone that donated, that it played a really big part there. The baskets in other counties, it's one of those things where at times there's really high value baskets that will be bid on that taking a lot of donations, but then there's others that don't, but then they take in a high amount or that they go at lesser value. So it's interesting how that works, but it's a fun event. It's a good event. They raised over $100,000 for these Monterey County non-governmental organizations or nonprofits. This is also why a couple of years back I was trying to run for the leadership so that we could get that here and get our nonprofits that type of funding as well, get the attention of folks to come into Lake County. Nonetheless, that was that. Anyway, I guess I could just post them later. I mean, I know that she's almost there. So let's see what else took place. What else did? Yeah, I can keep talking.
Well, our basket was in the top producers.
Oh, yeah.
I think the top one was 3,000, so we were definitely up there.
Yeah. Yeah, and last year when we gathered all of the donations, it was interesting because we had a lot more value items, but this year was more presentable. So, like as you can see, there's the table. It's a coffee table / whatever table you want to use it for. The guy that bought it, Bendorf, Mr. Bendorf,
Our good friend.
Yeah, he bought it, and he's like, I'm going to use this in my
His new patio.
Patio deck. Yeah, and so you could see down below there's the Six Sigma and the donation from Twin Pine. You'll see the radio ammo can in there if you can see that. That's the one, and we were displaying it for everybody to listen to. They were pretty stoked about it. And then you don't see it, but we had some obsidian that we put in there, three big boulders, or 4 actually. So we just felt that would give it a nice appeal to it. There was some runes from Robinson. I put these 2 little Lake County Tribal Health fans just to church it up a little bit. It looked pretty good. It was really fun. And I was just really glad to be a part of it. I love doing that. It's fun. And I'm not going to do like a motorcycle like other people, or what was it, like a four-wheeler? Yeah, so.
Squirrel hunt?
Yeah. Oh, squirrel hunts and things like that. I'm thinking about offering a carp hunt or carp bow hunting. Maybe we can do that, right?
Well, Scott De Leon had a fishing trip.
Yes.
The Canocti Bikes had an e-bike tour. Six Sigma had a wine tasting and charcuterie.
Yeah.
And then the stays at Twin Pines.
Yeah, in Robinson.
And it says Lake County on the top of the barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, it says, it looks like the lake itself. And so, yeah, and Scott was awesome for doing that. I, call him out of retirement and saying, hey, can you help us out with this? He says, yes, no problem. And that actually is what a lot of folks do that bid on these. They fish. And so whenever they hear Lake County, they're like, yeah. And so on the barrel, there was a hitch, there was a bass, there was a osprey, and there was an eagle. And so then you see all the designs on there and whatnot. And so I'll shut up now.
Good job.
All right. So I want to see that picture a little closer up. That looked really cool, the carvings on that barrel. That guy did a good job. So later tonight, I'm going to be heading off to, I believe it's in Austin Park. A National Night Out is going to happen over in the city of Clear Lake, so I'll go out there. There'll be a lot of festivities. Actually, it's right next to the splash pad, so yes, it is in Austin Park. Tomorrow, we're looking at a Potter Valley project, potentially meeting with PG&E. Then I have a COC Housing Navigator meeting. I have something else on here about Pillsbury PVP
SLR.
study.
SLR.
Is that SLR?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is SLR. I see it there. So I'll be there, which means I'll be a little bit late to first five, but it sounded like you were going to be able to make it, but I'll still chime in and listen in. And then I'm going to join Lake County Fire Protection District's meeting and see what they're up to. On Thursday, the 26th, the Judge's Breakfast has invited Anita Grant to talk. She's really upset because she thought it was a county council position to do this, to talk about the ballot measures, but she's being brought out of retirement to continue to meet at the Judge's Breakfast to talk to them about the ballot measures. So you might have a conversation coming up soon, Mr. Guintavano. But her and I discussed it. We chose one proposition and we're going to debate it for both sides rather than her just give both sides on her own. So we'll have a little bit of fun at the Judge's Breakfast. Then I have a Hope Rising meeting up later on. I do have here Aroma's Cafe. If you don't know Aroma's, it is over at Woodland Community College in Clear Lake. It's delicious. The students cook up different menus, changing it quite often. I don't know if it's every week, but at least every other week they switch it up. Please go out there. They're open from 11:30 to 1 p.m. Delicious stuff. And then I have more continuum of care meetings, performance project, and performance review. My Friday at this moment is wide open, which is slightly unusual, but we'll take advantage of that. Meeting at Woodland on that following Monday, meeting with CAO Parker to prepare for our Tuesday, October 1st meeting. And that's all that I have. And we will move on to our last item before taking our lunch, and that is item 7.4. Sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, consideration of 3 joint funding agreements with the U.S. Geological Survey, U.S. Department of the Interior, USGS, for stream monitoring in Kelsey, Clover, and Scotts Creek for a total amount not to exceed $138,170, and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign. I'm going to pass this on to Dr. Upadhyay or Mr. Palmadow.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for having us today. My name is Angela DePalma-Dow in Lake County Water Resources.
Pawan Upadhyay, Water Resources Director.
And today's item, it's on, right? Okay. Normally, we have one of these string gauge agreements that we put on consent, and that's for the Kelsey Creek gauge up on the mountain. We've been partnering with USGS, United States Geological Survey, on that gauge for many years. This year, if you look at the item, we have 3 gauges, and one of those gauges we have a multi-year agreement, And so we just wanted to highlight this to the board and request your approval on these agreements. So we have, again, the annual agreement with USGS for the Kelsey Creek gauge. Is it not?
Okay, so should I repeat everything? Yes? I'm loud, so, okay.
It really sounded like it was on.
I know. I was listening to it earlier, though, and you couldn't hear some people, so I'll just repeat. I'll abbreviated repeat. We normally come to the board on the consent item for the one gauge that's at Kelsey Creek up on Cobb Mountain every year, and thank you for the board for approving those cost share agreements with the United States Geological Survey. This year we have 3 stream agreements with the United States Geological Survey. So we have Kelsey Creek, we have the Clover Creek diversion, which is there at Clover Creek and Elk Mountain Road. And then we have a 3-year agreement at Scotts Creek and Tule Lake. It's at the bridge, basically. And this agreement for 3 years is paid for through a Wildlife Conservation Board grant we received for hitch habitat projects last year. And so we just wanted to provide the opportunity for the board to have any questions, the public to have any questions about these gauge agreements. I will say that the Kelsey Creek gauge is a cost share with USGS, so we always kind of share. It's about 2/3 we pay, and then they pay 1/3 for that. And the other 2 gauges, they're not in cost share, but we are saving money because they're already installed by USGS. USGS is already familiar and doing the calibration on them, the data validation, and all the information that's gathered from these gauges is uploaded into the USGS website. It's also available on the Sierra Nevada River Forecast Network. So all these gauges are useful for flood prediction. They're also useful for flow, monitoring flow for hitch spawning season. So there's multi-purpose for these gauges. You will also notice differences in the gauge agreements for what they're monitoring. So Kelsey Creek is just flow, how tall the water is, how high the water is, and then the flow, cubic feet per second, or CFS. The other 2 gauges have some other parameters like water quality, temp, and this is important because we have hitch spawning in those areas, and so we're trying to collect this water quality information on a continuous scale. So that's why there's some differences in those agreements. Dr. Padade, did you have anything to add to that before I open it up for the board for questions?
Yeah, I think just like saying, I think, so one is like the usual one, but I think the other 2 are the new, right? Yeah, so.
Any questions or comments? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just want to compliment Water Resource staff again. They move so fast. They're bringing the money in. So in a later item, I'll be discussing our stream gauge situation, and it may not be entirely accurate because I didn't have this before me. The cost share I get has been historically on Kelsey Creek. So the reason we're picking up Clover Creek and Scotts Creek is the feds aren't funding that anymore. So it's nice of us to do that, but was there a cost share prior? Was it fully funded by USGS prior, or what's the history on those 2 new contracts?
Yeah, so both of those gauges were actually supported through a grant through the Blue Ribbon Committee. So the Blue Ribbon Committee for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake approved monitoring funds, and then that was passed down to USGS. USGS then installed those gauges and had them in place for 3 years while they conducted their study that was approved by the Blue Ribbon Committee. And now that study and those funds has terminated, and it's way more expensive to reinstall a gauge and revalidate it once it's been removed from a system than it is to just maintain a stream gauge that's already installed. And then we can have that continuous data, which is priceless, right? If you have gaps in years with data, you could be missing valuable information. And so there really is no cost associated with keeping continuous data in the stream at a gauge that's already been installed. So those gauges were already paid for. We are picking up the diversion creek, or the Clover Creek diversion channel gauge this year with some allocated hitch flow funds that we put aside in our budget. And then the other gauge at Scotts Creek Bridge, or at Scotts Creek Tule Lake, is being paid for fully by a Wildlife Conservation Board grant. So there's no internal funds being used for that. And that's part of the hydrological study for Tule Lake and Scotts Creek watershed. And then the last thing I'll say is the Clover Creek diversion structure at Elk Mountain Road. I did just apply for continuation funds for that gauge for next year through the DWR Stream Gauge Improvement Program, or CalSIP. hoping that, we'll have funds for this year if this agreement is approved by the board today, and then we'll have funds set up for that gauge to continue next year. Unfortunately, with the way the funds are for that district, that flood district, it's patchwork funds for that gauge. But we'll try to, and when we have grants and things in place, we'll try to maintain that gauge as possible because it's really important.
Yeah, I appreciate the work again. Yeah, the question was sustainability. Obviously, going from grant to grant, it gets a little herky-jerky, but appreciate you picking up the ball after the Blue Ribbon money ran out. Thank you.
I will say that the Blue Ribbon Committee is committed to helping us find funds to continue those water quality monitoring efforts.
All right, thank you for that. And let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No hands in Zoom, no one moving in the chamber. Bringing it back to the board for action.
There's nothing further, Chair. Sitting as the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I move to approve the 3 joint funding agreements with the U.S. Geological Survey, U.S. Department of the Interior, USGS, for stream monitoring in Kelsey, Clover, and Scotts Creeks for a total amount not to exceed $138,170, and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to take lunch. We will reconvene for our 1 p.m. timed item. All right, welcome back. We're going to continue where we left off at our 6.8, 1 p.m. item, consideration of a resolution amending the master fee schedule for services rendered by county departments. Ms. Moreno.
Thank you. Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So today I have a few changes for Building Safety Division, Public Works, and Water Resources.
Oh, we're good now.
Okay, sorry. So the Building Safety Division has a few new fees. One is for AB 1332, and then the other fees are in relation to solar panels now being needed to be removed from a roof to be re-roofed and then put back on. Public Works has a change to the trenching permit within road right-of-way. Previously, it was just set at the $250.75 with the additional dollar as a separate line. And they also would like to, in addition to combining that all together, they would like to add or actual cost. The per full-size plan sheet, they would like to increase from $4 to $12.25, and that is just due to the cost of materials. Water Resources would like to add the plans and specifications section that is currently in Public Works and adopt that into their fees. And then I do have one additional change that was just brought to my attention under Building and Safety on page 11. There is a fee for electric cars / plugs. It's currently at $160. However, it was omitted from the update. So we just want to add that back on.
You said it was on page 11?
I believe so. It's under electrical service upgrades, and there's about 7 or 8 different options. It's the last one, electric car plugs.
And so that wasn't there before. We're adding it in, and it's for 160. I apologize.
It was there before, and then it just got deleted somehow. So we just wanted to add it back in.
Okay.
But it's the same fee, no increase.
Okay. All right. And I believe also we have a resolution that needs to be shared on screen.
So I just wanted to show this part.
If we can go back to page 1, right there, in its entirety. Perfect.
I don't have anything.
And it speaks to Exhibit A, but I think this is only a two-page resolution. Exhibit A is the MFS changes only, 92424.
I believe it would be the entire master fee schedule.
Okay, because
With
I
the
thought
clean
I thought
copy.
it mentioned it was for the additions of.
Oh, you're right, it does. Yes, so
So
that
the
would just be,
MFS clean copy?
the clean copy is with the changes in it, but it's the entire document.
Well, I have 6 documents loaded, so I want to make sure we adopt the right one. What's the title as it's been posted of the document we're approving as Exhibit A?
It would be the highlighted, or with changes, or changes only, sorry, version 2.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that one only has 2 pages.
Just a quick clarification. When it says Exhibit A with all the changes, as you mentioned, the clean copy has all the changes in there minus the 160. So if we approve that, Exhibit A would have to be amended with the connection for electric cars at 160. But it has all the changes, and therefore that is our Exhibit A that we would be approving from the resolution.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. We're showing the resolution on the screen and in Zoom because the resolution was accidentally omitted from the attachments. And so, but that is the entirety. The rest just says now therefore that we move forward and apply these things as of 9/24/2024. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, let's open it up for the public. I see no hands in the Zoom room and no movement in the board chambers. No rush to the microphone, so I'll bring it back to the board for action. With amendments if possible.
I'll offer the resolution as amended.
Resolution's been offered.
Sorry. Jumping right on.
Habit.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Just a question again, which Exhibit A is the document?
It's the clean copy, version 2, and then with 160 added in.
Aye.
Yes. Supervisor Pyska and Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Motion passes. So our next item is not until 1:45, so we are going to enter into closed session. We will do our best to get back at approximately 1:45. 8.1, Conference with Labor Negotiator, County Negotiators, Stephen Carter, Pamela Samick, Doug Gearhart, and B Employee Organizations, LCEA, and Management Employees. 8.2, sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, Conference with Labor Negotiators, County Negotiators, Stephen Carter, Pamela Samick, and Doug Gearhart, and B Employee Organizations, LCEA, and Management Employees. And with that, we will go into closed session. We will return approximately at 1:45 to continue our open session. Welcome back. We did not finish our closed session items, so we will be going back to closed session when we're done after our 2:30 item. But now we want to take up our 1:45 p.m. item, 6.9, sitting as the Board of Directors, Lake County Watershed Protection District, consideration of reallocation of District 4 discretionary cannabis tax funds for advanced planning in the Scotts Valley and Highland Springs watersheds. Supervisor Green, I believe you want to introduce this item.
Yeah, if I could, thank you. It's kind of a twofer. On the one hand, it's just kind of a simple budget adjustment. On the other hand, the procedural history of this funding is coming up on 2 years now. So I just want to make sure, be respectful of all the processes involved here. And I'm very appreciative of Water Resources being here. Pawan and Angela, thank you. So going back nearly 2 years when I joined this board, it came to my attention there was an allocation made by former Supervisor Scott to Water Resources for what was then scoped as a vegetation management with possible sediment removal from a portion of Scotts Creek near Eichhoff Bridge. That project, as it was then proposed, hit some procedural snags in terms of rights of entry and all that, and then I started asking some cost-benefit questions along the way, and the original allocation anyway had not come to the board for approval, even though they were discretionary funds. It's a chunk of change, so the full board does have discretion to review this and approve it. So going back more than a year ago, I brought an item forward trying to get a little more clarity and try to give some options for water resources to explore. And so going back to that May 2023 item, at that time we were taking a look at a hydrological survey for Scotts Creek. We were looking in the early phases of how to scope the AEM project, or the aerial electromagnetic imaging studies of groundwater basins, and we also discussed whether there was a need for expanding in-stream flow monitoring. Well, so that was a year ago, and the direction at that time was to direct Water Resources to come up with a work plan and come back for approval. Well, you know, stuff changes in a year, including the reorganization of the department, the hiring of a new department head, and stuff goes on. So if there's any positive side to the delay, it's like in the meantime, lots of things happen. So we not only have funding now for a hydrological flow study of Scotts Creek and Tule Lake, we have a countywide AEM project that includes Scotts Valley, but is not limited to Scotts Valley in its scope of work. There was one slight error in the staff report. Earlier today, we did hear an item about stream flow gauges, and so we are going to continue the stream flow gauges. The Watershed District is committing some funding to that for the next couple years anyway. But the main point is they're not recommending any expansion in stream flow monitoring. So the board's direction from May of 2023 was to explore these things. We got Water Resources delivered a whole bunch of funding for 2 of those bullet points, and we just heard an item today on the 3rd. So still wanting and desiring Water Resources to deliver what the board directed from last year, we kind of kicked some ideas around, and staff came up with their own ideas too. So basically the same allocation of $165,000 would be split. The new proposal for Scotts Valley is to basically do an add-on or a value-added study specific to flood risk within Scotts Valley, which is a chronic, ongoing, very serious concern. That would be, if I'm correct, would be added to the RFP for the hydrological survey, and so that would be an additional deliverable that the 100K would handle. And then if there is one thing I can take credit or blame for, Highland Springs Recreation Area Master Plan. It's a beautiful piece of land that we have not, nobody's fault, but we just haven't managed it adequately over the years. And our recent Lake County Parks, Recreation, and Trails Master Plan did suggest at least kicking the tires on whether public services could take a role in operations and maintenance of the developed park portions of Highland Springs, while the ongoing management of the larger watershed would stay with Water Resources. So that was kind of the basic game plan that staff came up with, and I supported it. We did take it out to the regional councils. So Scotts Valley Advisory Council heard this last month and did give their approval of this concept. Big Valley Advisory Council heard it in mid-August and also gave their support of this concept. So with that, I think I've covered most of the procedural history. I did ask staff to be here if there's any questions about those bigger buckets of money and how it impacted the AEM and its scope, and the groundwater imaging. I'm probably mixing those projects up. It can be hard to follow the bouncing ball of funding and projects and Water Resources as I'm learning, but I'm learning to roll with that and be very happy when they find money. And I think that's exactly where we're at right now. With that, I will shut up, and if I've misstated anything or if there are any questions regarding projects funded using other funding sources, staff is here to answer.
Do you have anything that you wish to add?
Angela DePalma-Dow, Lake County Water Resources. I think Supervisor Green summed that up appropriately. I do acknowledge the sources of the funding for the Scotts Creek Hydrological Survey is from the Wildlife Conservation Board. And then the aerial electromagnetic imaging studies is from the Blue Ribbon Committee for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake. So those are the additional funding sources that are coming in that meet some of those projects that were originally part of the plan for those allocated funds.
Thank you. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the allocation, but it seems like dumping a lot of new priorities onto our new department head kind of midstream throughout the year. I do have a problem with that. I would prefer to wait until we can review priorities in our annual governance meeting to figure out where the priorities fall and when we start tackling different projects.
Please respond.
I'll pass over for 1 second. I will say that part of these alternative allocations actually, I think, help with some of the workload. The first one being that we're currently going forward with an RFQ for fish and wildlife management hydrology study project as part of the Greater Wildlife Conservation Board grant. So that's for the whole area of Scotts Creek, Tule Lake, as well as Adobe and Highland Creek. So those consultants will now have another charge to help us with the flood reduction plan in Scotts Creek. So it's actually helping alleviate a load off of our staff by being able to utilize that, those selected firms to do that. And then for the Highland Springs, that park, it's been hard to manage, but now we can share some of that with Parks Department, with Lars Ewing and his staff, as far as going forward and having organization for the master plan and how we want to manage that park. So it seems like these are things that seem like they'll help the staff. I'm going to let Pawan obviously provide his own input on how he feels about that, but these are pathways that are going to help us alleviate some of that help.
And I understand that. I guess the bigger issue is the Highland Springs master plan. Like, that is a brand new big project, and we've been working on the Parks and Rec plan for years, and I think Director Ewing can tell how involved that is. And so I just want to pause on that, make sure that we're not losing sight of the other priorities. You're doing a whole lot in that department. And so, I just want to make sure that we're not giving direction today. It's okay to transfer the funds and have them there, but I cannot, in good faith, give direction when I don't have a clear understanding of all the balls in the air right now.
Dr. Upadhyay, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, so I will say probably for the flood reduction, I guess that's something if that goes forward, probably would be okay. For the parks one, probably that will take us some time. We have to also find somebody who can do that specialized kind of work. So that will take some time. So I don't know whether we want to keep in our budget and then use it later on. But yeah, that would be something kind of new than what we have done previously.
Okay. Director Ewing, why don't you come up?
All right, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I apologize, I wasn't up there. It's primarily a watershed protection district item, but excuse me. I think it's important just to recognize what is proposed here as a master plan for the park, which I would recommend be done whether it remains with water resources or it's transferred. The organizational shift I would suggest be considered as a part of that master plan. And we can use the term master plan, and that can mean a whole lot of things. Run the gamut down to kind of a feasibility assessment. So whatever is proposed there, again, regardless of the department that has the parks responsibility for that area, I would suggest that this be done. The Parks, Recs, and Trails, the county-wide Parks, Recs, and Trails kind of system master plan does recommend an evaluation of the management of Highland Springs, in particular, just to see if there can be some benefit in public services we do parks maintenance all the time, to see if there's a benefit in that. But again, I would, as the Public Services Director with involvement with parks, I think it would be beneficial to have some sense of a master plan be started, regardless of who has responsibility.
And I don't disagree that it's needed. It's just, it feels really awkward right now to be changing priorities in the middle of finishing up our year. So that's where I am.
And I kind of I don't want to argue, but I want to say, that wasn't this already allocated to something before? Or this is just moving the allocation, so you're not adding a project, you're changing your project.
Well,
Well, I think,
it's a different project.
I think there's a time arc here. So again, I'm about 2 years down this rabbit hole. So not only have the projects that Water Resources was directed to look at a year ago, the scope and the funding sources of those projects has changed. And yeah, that's a big chunk. That's a change from a year ago, but that's a change they're happy to undertake. Moving the money, I think that's basically the deliverable today. It doesn't say you have to get an RFP out today to get the flood risk study done. It doesn't even direct how to put out the RFP for the master plan for Highland Springs, but it gives them the opportunity and the tools to do that. They may well pivot, they may flex, mid-year and all that. You'll also see in here, just to avoid us coming back again, that if through some miracle they find alternative funding or other grants that they can fund one or both of these studies, there are unmet needs in both of those budget units in those watersheds. So if there's critical infrastructure needs and there's a project or two we can pick up because they've found alternative funding, I want to give them that flexibility. Conversely, like the money for the Highland Springs master plan, they may not even want to handle the RFP. We just went through a big old master plan process that Public Services shepherded. So if we had the money and Public Services had the bandwidth and desire to pick that up, I'm sure they could figure that out. So I'm not setting any firm deadlines or expectations on either of these deliverables, but on Highland Springs in particular. Such a precious resource, never has had an adequate master plan, and it's going to take not one but two departments probably to figure out where we're going to go from here. And we're only about 20, 30 years behind that. So I'd like to start the process. I'm not going to put a hard deadline on it. We're just going to move the money today to allow this to happen, and then we're going to trust our departments to make it happen.
Yes, that was my question, was if the money is allocated today for a specific purpose, when is the deadline for it to be used for that purpose or for it to be changed? But I just want to clarify and confirm that for these fund types through for the board allocation, you don't have any specific deadlines for those. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any.
Unless you guys set something specifically or.
Well, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah.
We can do the funding allocation. I do not want to put a deadline on this. I don't want to dump things on
Right.
you.
That's what I'm confirming.
I want to
Yeah, okay.
wait
Right.
and see where we are and make sure that we're being, thoughtful and strategic with our priorities.
The money is not going anywhere. There's no timeline for the money to be utilized. It is, in better terms, a general fund specifically through the cannabis taxes that is through the discretion of District 4 supervisor on how to be spent. They're not going anywhere.
And if the next supervisor for District 4 comes in, there's no possibility of that being changed, correct, once it's approved today? On his discretion? He will have his own set of discretionary funds? This is just me clarification for the process, because I'm unsure.
I think it's already happened that it went from Supervisor Tina Scott to
Right.
Supervisor Michael Green, and it somewhat bordered the same topic. I don't know that there's a way. I'm looking at ACAO Carter to see if there's a way to lock it in, but I don't believe there is a way to lock it in.
There is no specific known way to lock it in because your board can adjust that.
And so today is simply an allocation without a set timeline from at least what Supervisor Green is mentioning. And so at that point, if there's a capacity to get started on it, it's up to you guys to get started on it. And if the money is spent, then the next supervisor in line will not be able to reallocate because it's gone.
Thank you.
That's the explanation I could provide.
Well, and to clarify further, potentially the next supervisor could change it, but they'd be in the same boat I am. Anything over 25K, we're coming back to the full board for this discussion and approval anyway. So I would assume even if there is desire to kick this can down the road and tweak it a little bit, again, you may get grant money from on high, and it changes that discussion. But I don't anticipate any change of direction. I have, kept Supervisor-elect Rasmussen apprised of many issues in this district, this one included. He did attend the Scotts Valley meeting where we discussed this. So he's aware of this allocation. I also spoke with former Supervisor Scott. So, this is not coming out of thin air. Again, this item today is an attempt to close the chapter on the direction this board gave in May of last year. And I think it's long past time that we put some finality to this funding.
Thank you very much.
I do actually have a quick question, Supervisor Green. Is this the funding that was from Supervisor Scott that was already transferred to Water Resources before you were on the board?
Yeah, so it got very specific in the memo, if you see it. So you'll see the budget units called out. There's an 8104, and then there's the only transfer. The reallocation involves a transfer of $65K from 8104 to 8109. It's a different flood zone.
Thank you for the reassurance. Any further comments or questions? All right, let's open it up for the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? And I will bring it back to the board. I'll just make a quick comment. I appreciate you continuing to focus on that area. It's unfortunate the amount of flooding that does occur in that area, and hopefully in the near future we'll be able to find some solutions to help those folks out that live out there. So thank you.
If there's nothing further, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I move to direct staff to use District 4 discretionary cannabis tax funds previously allocated to Budget Unit 8104 to develop the Scotts Valley Flood Risk Reduction Plan at a cost not to exceed $100,000 total, and/or to address critical infrastructure needs or projects.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Also move to direct staff to reallocate District 4 discretionary cannabis tax funds not to exceed $65,000 from Budget Unit 8104 to Budget Unit 8109 to develop the Highland Springs Recreation Area Master Plan and/or to address critical infrastructure needs or projects.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our 2 p.m., which was continued from September 10th, 2024, public hearing, consideration of an ordinance amending section 1.1.a of ordinance number 2945, increasing the charges and fees for county service area number 2 for Spring Valley Lakes. And I do want to make sure, because I know there was somebody approached the dais. You have paperwork. Was that paperwork submitted? And just checking with County Council, is it appropriate to submit that paperwork right now? I believe those are either yes or protest votes that you're holding in your hand. Yes. Okay. If you could please hand those in. And then Director Bore, I want to pass it on to you.
Good afternoon, board, staff, and community. I am Robin Bore with Special Districts. This item was continued from September 10th, and it's the Prop 218 process for Spring Valley Water. And it was continued to allow the clerk to count protest votes that we had received and to validate them. So this item, it's moving, we're hearing a lot of moving from, we have 12 consumer units included with our base rate to having 4 consumer units included in the base rate. And the reason we landed on that is we worked with the advisory committee, and the majority of people in Spring Valley use less than 4 consumer units, so they were prepaying for water that they never used. And so that's why it's being reduced, and otherwise the base rate would be much higher if we were providing 12 consumer units every other month versus the 4. And so that's one clarification I wanted to make. Allison, with our consulting firm, is on the line if we have any additional questions. And then this protest, the hearing is still open. Once it's closed and we hear from all of the public and then we close it, then we may need a brief 10 or 15 minute break so that we can count the additional protests and validate them as they come in. But we can't validate everything until the hearing's closed.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was, something about consuming units for consumer, I didn't understand that.
Okay, so a consumer unit is 748 gallons of water per consumer unit. So when you figure out the price of how much water is, it's all based on how much each consumer unit is. And so there's a base rate just to have water, and then so much for each consumer unit that you use. So currently, the rates prepay for 12 consumer units. And so if we would have stayed with the additional 8 consumer units, the base rate would have been much higher. I think Allison may have some slides that showed that. Do we have, wasn't there a price sheet that showed the consumer units? It was on the bigger thing. Allison, do you have that breakdown by chance? To show you the different, when we went to the advisory board, we had, if we did 4 consumer units, if we did 8 consumer units, if we did 12 consumer units, and what the base rates would be, so that you could see what the rates would change. And the advisory commission or board said they wanted to go forward with the 4, and then anything above that, then you pay for so much per each consumer unit after that. So 5 through 9 is $3.36 per consumer unit, so if it's 5, then it would be $16.15. If it's over 9 consumer units, then it goes to $4.12 per consumer unit. So it depends on how much water they use and the price to produce that additional water.
Okay, I remember now. It's on the slideshow, right? It looks like this.
Yes, that's what, that's the summary. But we did, when we went to the advisory committee, had the different base rates with the different consumer units included, so they could see what those totals would be. But, if it was 12, it would be over $100 as a base rate a month. So like $200, because it would increase by $32 to $33 to just get to 9 consumer units. But if we went to 12, it would be, you'd have to factor that in. So it would be, the base rate wouldn't be basically $60 a month, which is $124 bi-monthly. It would be more like $100 a month or $200 bi-monthly.
So there's a variation or something like that?
Well, because this is all based on having 4 consumer units. And so we don't have the slides with us that show what the cost would be for 12. That's why I was asking if Allison had it.
Maybe she has it. That'd help, yeah.
Because then it would show, why, because basically they're prepaying for water. Up to this amount is already included. You're prepaying for the 4 consumer units. But if you use 4, traditionally, there's 50% of the population out there at least that use far less water than, say, 100 of the people that live out there. And so is it really fair that the majority of the people are paying for more water than they're using? Or should we base the base rates on water that they're actually consuming?
Do you mind if I interrupt? I have a question. So I'm looking at 2.3 of the water rate study final. I thought I understood this better until I heard that the average is less than 4, because unless this is about like your standard water use in California or standard water use, because it says typical utility bills, provides examples bi-monthly utility bills that also include the CIP charge. Over the 6 annual bi-monthly billing periods, the average customer uses 13 CCF, of which 12 CCF is fully included in the base. And then it says in winter, the average use is 9 CCF. Is that not based on Spring Valley? Because that's
well,
the way
the
that
average is kind of skewed in that situation because we have basically 120 customers out there that are using 43% of the water. And so we have some very high users, and then we have if you took an average, listed them all out, most people use less than 50,000 gallons a year.
And the same thing was done when
So they just took an average. So, the highs are pulling all the lows up.
Yeah, of course. If you have 1 million and then a couple of ones, it's still going to look like a really bad
Yeah.
average. We did the same thing when we were reviewing other water districts, that outliers were taken out in order to get to that average, or no?
I don't know how they,
Spring Valley's different. The other water districts don't have these built-in consumer cubic feet. You know, when Spring Valley is kind of different because in their current rate structure, they have to hit 12 cubic feet and then plus one to actually get a different bill each month. Whereas most people see on their water bill, you get charged on your first consumer unit. So Spring Valley in that sense is unique to our other water systems.
So like the one that we did, Kelseyville, it's 18 as the first tier, but you pay for each CCF.
Yes.
You don't get the first 4, the first 6, or the first 18 for free based off the base rate. And this is what you're saying is unique to Spring Valley. Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for the response, because I was looking at that it's 9 CCF during the winter and 21 CCF during the summer, and it confused me that you were providing a different average.
and that's what, I mean, we've done a pretty deep dive on this district when we started hearing complaints about changing that and looked into all of them. And literally, there's 127 high users. 3 of them were determined to have leaks. And so there may be some other previous ones that had leaks. So there's about 100 people using a significant amount of water, over 100,000 gallons a year, which brings up the average for everybody else that most of them use less than 50,000 gallons a year.
And this was a recommendation from the advisory committee?
Correct. We took the 3 different scenarios to the advisory committee, and this is the one that they settled on.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'll comment on that. I know that the meeting that was held was on July 10th. Usually the meeting is on the first week of the month. However, it was 4th of July, so I know that some of them didn't go. I don't think they knew, a lot of them didn't see the bill until they seen the bill, then that's when they really understood, or the potential bill or what it was going to look like, then that's when they came out. So I understand CSA wanted, or the advisory board wanted to look into this, but at the same time, there are some other variable factors that took place that I think is making the situation where it's at right now. So I just wanted to add that.
Just a brief question. The amount of usage of water, you were saying some are averaging 100,000 gallons, some of the high utilizers.
Over 100,000.
Over 100,000 gallons. That adds to the overall overhead cost of running the whole entire system, correct? And so as you're able to either crack down on the leaks or crack down on usage that is not what that water system should be utilized for, I won't go into potential details, that the overhead costs to that entire system could be reduced, and in the long run, maybe have an impact on what the future rates look like if we look at a reduction?
That is true. So right now, the system has to run almost all day, almost 24 hours to keep the water system fully operational. The second week I was here, the system was almost drained with water tenders pulling water out of the fire hydrants. So capacity is a huge issue, and so it requires all the equipment and additional chemicals and all of that stuff to be utilized for a longer period of time than what was probably ever intended for the system. And so we're looking at capacity and other items that are very expensive items that need to be done, as well as the wear and tear on all the equipment.
And obviously, you need these types of studies to increase. Do you need these types of studies to decrease? Let's say you see a huge drop in the usage. Obviously, treated water for leaks, what a waste. Treated water for things you're not supposed to use the treated water for, what a waste. So would it be possible, if there's a huge impact from resolving some of those issues, that you might be able to come back before the 5 years is over, if that was something that would be able to have an impact on the rates?
Yeah, so if we see that we have a huge surplus, we can always renegotiate, go back and figure out what the rate should be and bring it back to the board. Us as staff can't arbitrarily change that, but we could definitely bring it back to the board. We don't need the full Prop 218 study to decrease rates, just to increase them. For instance, if we got a $10 million grant for something, then obviously that would majorly impact the 5-year study. So
I appreciate that response. I want to open it up for anybody to speak. Please make sure that you've submitted your paperwork because it has to be a written protest. I know we've received some. Once public comment is over, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. So please, this is your chance to be heard. Let's go ahead and open up public comment.
I have 6 copies, one for each of the supervisors and for the clerk of what I'm going to say. I can get it to 3 minutes and 13 seconds, so I might need a 15-second extension on my 3 minutes. My name is Helen Mitchum. I'm on the advisory board in Spring Valley, and the advisory board would unanimously call for the cessation of this current 218. To be clear, the advisory board wants to make sure that the Board of Supervisors understand we support a rate increase to accommodate increased costs. However, the water rate proposed by special districts and our consultant, in our opinion, is completely out of line. We also feel that proposing these draconian measures when they aren't warranted would be a travesty. We ask you, the Board of Supervisors, to please strike down the current proposal and allow us to develop new water rates based upon an actual analysis of the figures as opposed to just inserting numbers into a spreadsheet without understanding our history and the reasons behind the numbers. Specifically, we're talking about looking at trends and history and asking questions as to why certain expenses are increasing and others, considerations and trends are not even being considered. We want to get this right and have it be appropriate. We disagree with the assumptions of the proposal and do not want to pursue it any further. We need to start over by analyzing the recent expenses and revenue and considering all the hows and whys involved. Please give us the opportunity to get this right. I have attached with your package a copy of the ordinance number 2945 from 2011, which was our last Prop 218. This ordinance is the result of the last Prop 218, and as you can see, the format is really different, and there are a lot of other fees involved that we believe should have been addressed and included in this 218, like a late charge, lock-off charges, shut-off and turn-on services, lock-offs due to non-payment, charge for the installation of a new or additional meter. The capital improvement fee is currently $19,217. This is a fee that Jan Coppinger, I think some of you might remember Jan, told us we might want to take a look at because it seemed like it might be illegal in that it is so high. We brought this up, but we're told it isn't actually involved in a 218, and even though the fee is charged to a user, a potential user, we wanted to check that out. Theoretically, we can and probably should raise many or all of the fees involved since all the costs have gone up. It might be justified and it could help us to mitigate the degree of the proposed increase. As you can see, there are a lot of concerns and you've heard a lot of the other ones. But please consider these issues we have and void the current proposal.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Ed Smith. I'm also on the CSA2 board, chairman of finance and planning. When we were looking at raising our water rates, we needed some help. We don't get the reports. The reports aren't necessarily able to be used as in a raw form in order to be used for such a water rate. We were expecting an outside source to look into special districts accounting and how they were looking at the future. We didn't get that. What we got was special districts giving the outside source their numbers, which completely went away from everything we were looking at. At that time, it kind of got out of control. What we were looking for was some sort of way to get back up, have the revenue take care of the expenses. What happened was, once the outside source put together the paperwork and the plan and the options, they were stuck on certain numbers, and we disagreed with them. And we disagreed with multiple things, and we got pushback on everything. We wanted to be involved. Basically, we were told this is the way it's going to be, and that's tough. And we were given options, and the options did not include anything that we felt that was appropriate. However, we couldn't get any more options, and so we chose from what was available. In retrospect, we should have shut it down. What happened is we took the best that we felt that was there, brought it back to the community, and the community resoundingly ripped it. They had all sorts of questions about why how we can justify these increases. We weren't able to give them that information. We have numbers and budgets. What we want is to raise the price, but we want to do it appropriately and to be something that our residents can afford. We have people in Spring Valley that are old. A lot of us are old. And a lot of the older people, they don't want to speak up. They're with their health and whatnot. And we weren't able to get a response of the disagreement on this. We, as the board, represent our residents, and we fully want to represent them in as much as they want no part of this Proposition 218. They want us to start over. We want to raise our prices. We want to do it appropriately. And so we ask you to abolish this, give us a chance to get it right, and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wish to speak? Please come on up.
All right. Well, I am here to just plead with you guys at this point. I came with my evidence last time. A lot of things that special district says is fabricated. It's not true. She stated that PG&E is responsible for all the broken lines out in Spring Valley that they're breaking right now. They're only responsible for the ones that are mapped out, and the ones that are not mapped out is special districts. So now that comes back onto the consumer. So we're going to be paying an arm and a leg for all these people to be out there fixing these water lines. And right here, if you want, is the email from Jesse that actually states that special districts is responsible for it. Another thing is people can't live off of 4 CCFs. It's proven fact. Each person in the state of California is allowed to use 55 gallons a person a day. If you multiply that just by one person, they're going over the 4 CCFs. We're okay with the hike. Look at Kelseyville. I believe that's your district, Jessica. They went up to 114 every 2 months at the end of their 5-year, and that includes their 18 CCFs. And their 18 CCFs is only $25 for that extra 18 CCFs. So right there, just in 2 months, it's $114. In 2 months, we're going to be paying close to $300 every 2 months. Some people with a family of 4 are going to be paying close to $500 every 2 months. We have, our roads are not taken care of. The superintendent out there stated that they're only given $3,000 a year to work on our roads. Where's the rest of our property taxes going? They say it's to maintain the bridges. The bridges are not maintained. They don't maintain our roads. They don't maintain our water system. But all we see is, as E.J. Crandall seen at our community meeting, people complaining about just the mismanagement. There is so much staffing going on out there, but nothing being done. And what a perfect place to go hide in the county is Spring Valley. One way in, one way out. Nobody can see what the employees are doing out there. There's no keeping track of what they're doing or what they're using or saying how many hours they're actually working. So Just, I'm asking you as a board, please look into special districts a little bit more. I mean, she took her time to look into the water usage, but did she look into the time of where all this money has went and why there's a deficit just in 3 years? We've never had a deficit. Yes, our water rate came up in 2011 because it needed to, but we haven't had to have a hike rate because we haven't had any problems until the last 2 years, which I believe the advisory board showed me it's only 2 years of a deficit out of all from 2011 to now. So I'm just asking you guys to please just knock this down and let us go back to the board and give us something that's more realistic for people that are trying to survive this economy, because we're already paying PG&E to put the lines underground. Our roads are crap. They don't want to repair them because special districts doesn't maintain them. Now that they're breaking the water lines, the consumer has to pay for the water lines. It's just, we're the only people that are paying. Anyway, thank you for your time. And if you guys want the emails where it states that, they're right here for you guys.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you, Johanna.
Hello, I'm Joe Wells. I've lived in Spring Valley for 37 years. In that time, I saw quite a few people at special districts. And to be honest with you, they've always done a pretty good job as far as I'm concerned with what they can do. Before, there was only one guy out there. And if there was a leak, they called for help. But that was Rick Jones. After Rick retired, there was a fellow by the name of Steve. He went to work for CAL FIRE up at Kanata Camp. About 6 or 7 years ago, they come up with these big old trucks. And to repair a water line, they have a high pressure hose and a vacuum, and about 4 or 5 guys working there. So there's an increase in personnel. And, you know, reading in the paper about that guy at code enforcement, he's making $83,000 a year. What do these guys at special districts make? And how many of them really do we need out there? For the first 30 years I was there was one guy, and he wasn't there all the time. So this is a concern. One thing, if we're going to pay about $100 a month for water, that's $500,000 a year. Where's that money going to be spent? What are they going to do with that money? This is things that you really should ask yourselves. You know, we all count on you to do the right thing for Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Please come on up.
I brought some of my flowers from my yard. My name's Marianne Meltzer, and I've lived in Spring Valley for several years. I brought my bills because last year I've only used 833 gallons more than last year, and I received a high water usage leak detection letter in the mail this year. I have animals, I have a family, I have plants, and I've only used 833 gallons more than last year, and I don't have a leak. But I have to keep replacing my pressure reducing valve because the pressure is so high, it breaks our pipes. That's high. I've seen my neighbors have had a lot of water leaks in the street from the trucks coming and going in the valley right now are so heavy they're breaking the water lines in the street. The streets aren't maintained. I have to call constantly because there's potholes, and we have to keep replacing everything on our cars because the potholes haven't been fixed. They do try to fix them when I do call, but the road's gotten really bad with PG&E out there. So I don't know. I think this bill for the last 2 months for this year, it was $243. In just a couple years from now, that's going to be over $500 for the same water usage. And I conserve as much as I can. So that was my point, is that I don't have a water leak, but I got a letter this year that I have high usage. That's all. Thank you, guys. And these are for you guys, for the water. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Rankus, again with the Land of Goats and Honey. I have one of those special lots out in Spring Valley, which is a suburban reserve. I'm not part of the community that's all the individual homes. I'm a special attachment to that community that the zoning laws provide for to allow me to have high-density animals. I think last time I told you I was going to have 2 cows, donkeys. I've got ducks coming on the 7th. I have goats. I have a full garden. I'm allowed to have 2 ADUs. So if anything ever happens with my family, I'm allowed to put them on my property. Do I have to get another water main for that? Do I have to pay another capacity expansion fund of $29,000 again for that? That's not what I signed up for. That's not what it's zoned for. So I know that most people don't use a lot of the water, but you're supposed to take care of the people that do. The zoning is a commitment. The commitment is that I will do this on the property and you will provide this for my property. And just because all of it's not zoned the same doesn't mean that I shouldn't get what I paid for and what is provided for our property. So I'm just asking that we fix this situation so that I can keep my property, keep my animals, keep everything that we planned on doing, the vision that we have for our property, and keep my property values up. Because if we have no water and it costs $1 million, nobody's going to want to build out there. Nobody's going to grow. You won't be able to sell anything soon. So please protect our property, protect my rights, protect my zones.
Thank you for your comment. Please come on up.
Hi. Okay, so my name's Andrew Kirkendall, and I am responding on this high water usage leak detection that we received in the mail. Ironically, it was dated September 17th, 2024. So I don't know if this is just part of like a special district's cover up to like, oh, this one's using this much, this one's using this much. But I'm trying to say, like, shouldn't you have a little bit of probable cause? Like, shouldn't you go into like, oh, last year's bill was really same, only 800 gallons, like different. So, and it's just really unfortunate that this is just wasted money, wasted time, instead of just diving into the evidence. A couple of years ago, back when the illegal marijuana grows were going on, special districts came out and harassed us because there was water tanks on our illegal grows, on the illegal growers' lot right next door to us. Without any investigation, they just specifically were like, we're gonna turn your water off unless the tanks are removed, without any investigation at all. And everybody knew the illegal marijuana grows were going on, but nothing nothing was going on. And then back to where the water meters were on, how many lots have water? That's not fair to say, oh, well, the people that don't have a residence or a family are only using, no water. Like that's irrelevant. That's ridiculous. So, apologizing for my emotional outburst, but this is just ridiculous. Special districts needs to be investigated. Like, I don't know who's running it, but all I know is the Board of Supervisors manage special districts. So, that's where, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have one more in the back? And if there's more, I'm not trying to limit. I just saw one person trying to get up.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Rankus. I live in Spring Valley. We moved there approximately 3 years ago. I'm not going to go over all the details. I think all the evidence there is in front of us. What I want to encourage us to look at is an awesome opportunity as a county, a board of supervisors, and a community that could come together, develop a proper water rate structure that will benefit new growth in that area. Specifically, with the capacity expansion fee, I paid that $24,000 when we first moved there. I have no problem doing that at all. I'm investing in my community. I'm investing in where I live. I spend money where I live. I don't spend it outside the county. If the water rates continue to go up, we're not opposed to a water rate increase by any means at all. What we're opposed to is the rush, the numbers. Let's look at it. We have an opportunity to shine as a county. Let's do that. We don't have anything to lose by doing that. You guys already have a hard enough job as it is. Let's not make it any worse. People won't want to move there. They won't want to move out there. That's lost revenue in taxes, water rates, everything else. It takes money to make this magic happen. So let's really look at that. Let's take the opportunity instead of just pushing it through and then coming back and saying, well, maybe we should have. No, let's just stop right here. Let's look at what's in front of us and proceed. Let's get everybody involved. That's what a community does. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please come on up.
My name is Cindy Storrs. I'm on the CSA board. I have concern on your behalf. There are a lot of questions about numbers, about who received letters, about who didn't receive letters, about those categories. There are a lot of questions about what was right and what was done fairly. I understand that special districts had a sentence in their 218 paperwork that said, if you need this in Spanish, call the office. We have a significant population in Spring Valley that doesn't read English and didn't necessarily see that little thing. So a very important document was not translated into Spanish for our water users. My concern is that after working and spending $10,000 for consultants who told us again and again that part of their responsibility is to be able to present a water rate increase that keeps you out of the courts, that may not happen. So I have concern about what could happen to you as a board if some of these things aren't clarified. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Again, my name is...
If you can be brief, since you've already spoken.
I will.
Please.
One thing I forgot to bring up was talking about the letters that went out to our customers to get to say yay or nay or to reject or complain or. We were told that there were 1,000 letters that went out. How many letters went out?
499.
499. 499 letters went out, and I'm looking at how many water users there are. And according to this record right here, it says 409 water customers. The difference is, I think, the standby. So if you're on standby and you get a letter saying that that the water rate is going to go up and it doesn't affect you, what are you going to do? I'm going to throw that letter away because I have no standing. And that's my point. They don't have a standing. They shouldn't, their numbers should not be included in the number that to set a threshold to get the votes against it. Now, we're still saying we want to just shut this down. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you for all of your comments. I do want to make a couple statements just because, yes, it's definitely emotional to having to deal with this. Some of you have questions about why you're seeing more people involved with an operation that before in the past you didn't see that many. I'm going to say state laws have changed. Even as simple as just flagging for any type of road work requires a minimum of folks to work for safety that did not used to be required before. And so you're going to see a whole lot more workers doing road work than you have in the past. I like to give the benefit of the doubt to the staff that works for us. The fact is, this is similar to an enterprise fund. The money that goes to CSA number 2 stays in CSA number 2. It can only be utilized for operations within CSA number 2 and those related, the working in CSA number 2. And it's also a system that's getting older. And I think that's a situation that we're probably dealing with entirely across the county. Is 70 years ago, the system was much easier to handle and deal with. The water was easier to handle and deal with. But with issues of changing the quality of the water that you're dealing with and so on, it just adds to the unfortunate cost that it is. I'm not saying I agree 100% with what's in front of us, but I'm saying that you can't look at 30 years ago and equate to what should happen today. It is unfortunate, but it is the facts that we have to deal with, that we have to follow state law, we have to follow rules and regulation, we have to follow OSHA, and all of those things do end up adding on top of the overall overhead of what it is to own and run a water district. So I appreciate your comments, but I needed to at least make statements on that. Because I don't believe that staff is thumbing their nose at you. I think they don't want to hear the complaints. I think they want to make sure that you're getting potable water coming out of your faucet. And we're going to see what we can do. So I just wanted to make those statements. We do have protest votes that were submitted today. I want to make sure that we have had the chance, I believe we have had the chance to add it on to the protest votes that we've already received, or do we need a break? We don't need a break. So can you give us a number of protest votes received?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
please.
just for the record, that in Zoom, that there were no speakers in Zoom.
I checked, there are no hands up in Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking.
The amount received or the amount that were verified?
Say what?
Verified or validated or received?
I want to hear the number that were validated, as far as this is the number of valid protest votes that we received.
So I have 207 valid votes. I didn't count the 9 that were received, so that would be 216.
If they were all validated.
If they were all valid.
And we heard 2 separate numbers. I kind of want to clarify from
There's
what you...
499, so we would need 250 protests to be against it.
Okay, and can you speak to the difference between the 499 and the 409 that was brought up?
It's the standby accounts that could turn on our water tomorrow. They have a valid water connection, and either they've turned they're on standby for some personal reason.
Okay.
But they have a valid stake in what the water costs, because they are currently hooked up and could get water at any given minute.
Do they already have a hookup?
Correct.
They've just disabled the connection, or disabled the ability to use it, or whatever the case, the standby.
It's on standby.
Okay. So I want to bring it back to the board now. We don't need to have any time to count everything. Everything's been brought to us. I do want to kind of salute the community. It is not easy to get to 50%. I already mentioned that in our first go-around, that that is a arduous climb to get that, and it is very close. I want to open it up for any comments.
Yeah, I still stand where I have stood. I don't feel that it's anyone's fault per se, but there has been, changeover. There were some things that I feel put the community in a position of a disadvantage when it comes to the Spanish line. I'm still confused about the 409 and the others. I understand they can hook up, but they're not hooked up. And, I just for me, I would rather, I heard loud and clear the advisory board say they would really like to come back. If they had the choice, they would have rather just nixed it then and talked about how they can do a better rate or something like that. So I'm kind of in that, that's where I would like to stand at. I would really like to see if there would be an opportunity to do that. I understand special districts is extremely busy and has numerous things to do. I just want to get it right for the community. I would rather do that than to, move forward.
So I do have a quick question. Can you provide me that number again? And I don't know if it was a approximate number, but the number of
There were 400
parcels that were way above and beyond 100,000 gallons or more?
I sent out 127 letters. Some of those were a handful of people that had a huge spike in the last billing cycle, so they went from like 10,000 gallons to 40,000 gallons, indicating a spike, and they had never hit that amount. But the majority of them, 120 of them or so, use over 100,000 gallons of water.
So I want to use that for a point I want to make. So that's approximately 20 to 25% of the entire parcel list, right? Because we said we're at 500, just to average it out to keep things simple. And so 100 would be 20%, and you said it was more than 100 that used 100,000. And I'm just curious as to, and I'm looking at the final study where it goes 0 to 4, 5 to 9, and then 9 plus. And when I did 100,000 gallons in CCFs, that's 113 CCFs. And so,
divided by 6, because there's 6 billing periods.
oh, you're talking about on annual, okay.
That's an annual number, and it's.
Thank you for clarifying that.
And it was over the annual year of 100,000. But there's some people that have used 300,000 gallons, one close to 400,000 gallons. So there are some really high ones as well.
So even then, divide that by 6, that's 25 CCFs per month. Sorry. Yes. Every billing cycle at least. And the fact that it stops at 9 plus, is it out of question to have a separate tier? Because it almost feels like there's more impact on the, I guess, lower end than upper end, because how much more does it cost to have somebody expend that much? And everyone is having to help pay for that expenditure of water being utilized, most likely if it's a leak for useless reasons, if it's for marijuana grows or other reasons that it's not meant to be used for, useless reasons. Is there a way to look at another tier category to help alleviate a little bit on the lower end for those who use it for really residential purposes, and have an extra tier to kind of alleviate but still meet the needs of the system? Because I feel kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place where I need you guys to not go in the negatives and all of a sudden say, sorry, Spring Valley, but we just can't provide water, and now we're just going to slowly see this fall apart. But at the same time, is there another opportunity for separate tiers, lower the cost on those on the bottom tiers, and be able to help compensate in that way?
I don't know if Allison's on the line, but there's been litigation, and you're not allowed to have a high use penalty or a fine to, charge people that use a lot of water. You can't charge them more to teach them to conserve water. It has to be 100% based on how much it costs to deliver that water. So that's why they've broke it out and done this, and it's all based on how much it costs to deliver the water.
I understand that. I don't think it's a penalty. I think it's a penalty on the general users who don't use that much water, to have to increase the cost due to that high use. And I know Allison was on.
Yeah, Allison, do you want to explain how you came up with the different tiers and the base rates?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so that's a really key question in assigning tiers. There has been a lot of litigation around the cost basis and assignment of costs to higher users at higher, tiers and the tier breakpoints. And so what we did was we looked at a base level of water use throughout the year, and then identifying costs associated with peak usage, particularly during the summer, and what costs can we recover from that higher tier. And this was the methodology that was litigated. So peak usage has higher electricity, moving the water at a high intense rate to those high usage customers, and then wear and tear on the water system. So all your infrastructure has to work extra hard to supply use at high capacity at peak times. So that was the difference between tier 1, the lower cost tier, and tier 2, the higher cost tier. So then we talk about, well, could we even do a tier on top of that? And I would say, I think it would be a real struggle to determine specific costs above that second tier that would fall into the third tier. What costs on top of peak usage would be some kind of super peak usage? What identifiable costs could we put in that tier that aren't already in tier 2? And I don't think that we could identify specific costs for a higher tier that would meet, legal standards.
And the only reason I ask is because 20 to 25% is pretty significant, and I don't know that a tier would be seen as identifying a small number of people versus a large amount of users that are increasing the overall cost of the system. That's why I bring it up. Yeah. Supervisor Pyska.
So I understand this is difficult, and yes, Kelseyville water is less expensive, but that's not where I live. I live in Cobb, and like I said last time, that water is very, very expensive up there. So I do understand the pain. But I guess what I'm conflicted here about is we've done the study, we understand how much it costs to run this system. What, going back to the drawing board has been suggested, like what was missed here, or what would be the benefit of doing that if we already understand what the cost of delivering water is? That's where I don't. And maybe Vice Chair Crandall has an answer.
I don't have an answer for that. I have something totally different, but
Okay.
And I would agree with you. The study's been done. I don't think that there's a question of the study. That's why I'm offering, is there a way to add more tiers and things like that, where it alters the outcome of the study, not the study itself, to try and find ways to rebalance and recalibrate so that those who are doing good with the amount of water that they use is going to not cost them as much as somebody who's using an enormous amount, because again, that taxes the system more, and so they should be paying more, as it shows from using the higher end levels of tiers.
And they will be paying more.
So I do have
Vice Chair Crandall.
have a question, because looking back, we're going by the Prop 218. That's the deal. And in it, I'm reading it just from the California State, where it says Prop 218. And it says must notify ratepayers. It says also if more than half of the property is served. So those are two words I want to focus on: ratepayers and served. We're talking about people that have the hookups or whatever you're talking, the 90 people that have those, they're not being served right now. They're not ratepayers right now. So I mean, if we're going to be technical with Prop 218 and all these different aspects, I really feel we need to stick to this verbiage that says ratepayers and serviced. So that takes away 90, in my opinion, and puts them over the threshold to have a legitimate protest. But then again, I'm not an attorney, but that's just the way I'm reading it.
But they have service.
They're not being serviced, though.
But they have a service.
It says served, properties served. Even though they have service, they're not being served. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's a legal, legitimate.
So,
please.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but for me, if they have a service, then they've paid for that service. They're not using the water at the moment, but they would be affected by a change. So they do have an interest.
Okay. Well, they're not ratepayers.
They're not ratepayers.
Yeah. But I understand. I know.
They do pay a standby fee.
They pay a standby fee.
Correct.
Supervisor Green?
I hesitate to ask the question because I don't think it's going to be helpful necessarily, but I'm going to ask it. So first off, for those in the audience, I do get the difficulty of this, the rates going up, but there's Prop 218 calls for proportionality. So if there are people that are using just a little weensy amount of water and other water users are using a greater amount of water within that base structure, then those little weensy water users are essentially subsidizing those using more water. And I think we would all agree that's kind of unfair. So the question to me is, at least a question to me is, although the current rate structure gives you a 12 CCF and the proposal is to go to 4 with the base amount, it is an interesting district, and this rate study does by necessity average flow rates and estimates based on land uses. So you have both a good chunk of rural residential land uses, but you do have larger SR parcels where there may be additional agricultural activities going on. So not asking to do it, but how hard is it to say recalibrate for a base rate of 6 CCF, which is basically half what the current base is? Would we still be unfairly subsidizing larger water users at that? But would it give some of the residential property owners some greater certainty that they're going to get the water they need, the base water they need? But my feeling is if we go 6 CCF, that's going to raise the monthly amount. And if they don't like the 4 CCF rate, they're probably not going to like the 6 CCF rate any better. So if I just focus on that base rate and how many CCF I can successfully deliver at the proposed rate structure, is there any value to kicking some of those CCF numbers around in the base rate?
Allison, I don't know if you can share your screen and show the different calculations that you did for the different CCF to be included in the base rate or prepaid in the base rate. But that was discussed at the advisory board as well. And they came back and recommended that we move forward with the 4. I do believe they said 4.
Oh, hi, yeah, Allison here. So the way it works is if we bump from 4 up to 6, the cost of those 2 additional units of water then are added to the base fee. So it's 2 additional units of water times the cost per unit. So it's 2 times $3.23 added to the base rate. So it's the base rate of $77.30 plus an additional $6.46. So it's about $83 or so would be the base rate.
But then would there be a analogous reduction in the tiered rates in excess of the base rate? So for example, if we did 6, tier 1 would probably go 6 to 10 and tier 2 could be 10 plus. Would it substantially change those rates on the above and beyond the base rate?
No, so tier 1 would then be units of use, 7, 8, 9 would be tier 1, and then 9 plus would still be tier 2. Because the tiers were determined, the 4 units and then the 9 unit breakpoints were determined based on average statistics of the service area. So the overall statistics of how much water everyone's using in a whole year is not adjusted. It's just where we want to recover 4 units of water or 6 units of water, the base fee or in tier 1.
Thank you.
Supervisor Snyder.
Appreciate you just answering the question on standby. Every water district has standby, but you do pay a fee on a monthly basis to keep that meter or the connection on your property. Whether you pay it or not, you get a bill every month, correct? Correct. All of our districts, I know Kellyome, Anderson Springs, and like you said, any day you can go out there and turn the water on because you have availability to do that. So they are being serviced. It is there. If you sell your property, that's also included in your property value when you're selling your property. Do you have water or don't you have water? This is a real tough process. My district just went through stuff 30 years. Some of the, it was for sewer district and for water, as you move forward in through and in and out. We have the 218 process. It's gone through. Yeah, I commend the community too. Almost got real close to getting to the 250 mark. That's really hard to do. It is hard to pay for everything. We're all doing that. Energy, water, everything is going up. It is a challenge, but we've ran the process here, and I can't see a change in the income. I don't know about the sick from 4 to 6. I don't know what that means or if we could change that today, but went through the same process when we were talking about the rates, at least in my district. Some of the sewer rates that we did was 100%. Water, goes up every once in a while. So it's just a challenge as we move forward. Ran a process. We got didn't meet the threshold. So, for me, I'm prepared to move forward today in support of this. So.
I'm struggling with this one, just because I don't think we're ever going to get another community to ever get close to what we have here in protest votes, and I don't want to ignore that. I already think 50% is pretty close to impossible. It's kind of a law that makes you feel like it's there to help you, but it's just really difficult to ever get there, to get that many people on board. I don't think there's a need to redo a study. I think I wouldn't mind giving more time and chance for the advisory board to continue the conversation, to look at different alterations of the numbers, to eventually maybe see that nothing, it doesn't change much, and eventually that it is what it is. I don't know. Hate saying that too. But I don't think there's a need to re-spend more money and redo another study. I think we have the information in front of us, and giving the chance for the community, both in Spanish and English, to really understand what's about to happen, or maybe look at small alterations that could benefit the community in a different way, but still allow for the district to continue to stay in the black. I'm okay with giving that a little bit more time. And just because, goodness gracious, we're at like 45%, and to say pack up and go home, I feel like that's ignoring a pretty large elephant in the room. And I want to give them a chance to continue to be engaged, and then come back and say, you know what, we couldn't find anything. This is what's being offered, or here's the changes, the slight changes that we made, where the majority of the families are going to be able to benefit. I don't know. It's hard. And I'll bring it up again. Part of these fees, correct me if I'm wrong, is for road work.
No, these are water fees only for water.
Where does your road money come from?
There is property tax that can pay for water, roads, or streetlights. And so a lot of that property tax money has been being used to keep the water afloat.
Hence the road situation. Okay.
I think Mike wanted to go up for me.
Well, to your point, if we kick the can down the road and they come back with an adjustment, would that trigger a new 218 hearing? And if that's the case, I don't want to go there. I am prepared to move forward today.
Yeah, so,
Mr. Guantavano?
well, what's before your board today is the first reading of the proposed ordinance, right? If your board determines not to proceed with that, then the first reading would not move forward. As far as the option to, I'll just characterize it as revisiting the issue or re-reviewing the issue with the current Prop 218 study in place, your board can certainly provide direction to that as an alternative option if the first reading of the ordinance will not move forward as a procedural matter. The only suggestion here would be whatever that direction would come in the form of, that it needs to comply with the Prop 218 requirements. In particular, it's Article 13D, Section 6B of the California Constitution, which is initially what this current study that we have in place was conducted in compliance with. So depending on if your board is considering this alternative option with direction to staff, that whatever the result of that may be, whether it's revisions, minor or major revisions to the Prop 218 study as part of this re-review or revisiting process. At the end of it all, it would have to comply with that particular code section, which deals with, as Special Districts Administrator Bore already alluded to, all these requirements that is supposed to correspond under these specific terms, and there's 5 of them, all 5 requirements, that it be a property-related, service-related, and corresponding to the property in which the fees, the increase would be imposed on.
So, yeah, I hear you loud and clear on the served. So, you know, that I get it now, especially with the ratepayers. I still see fair and equitable rates. I know that's perspective. I feel we can look at that as a way to revisit with fair and equitable rates to be discussed. It's my opinion. I'd like to move forward that way because the community obviously doesn't feel like it's fair and equitable. And so if there's a way to evaluate that, I would be willing to move forward in that capacity so that that way they can come to a term that would work. But
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I always just like clarity from county council of what we can and can't do. I mean, we ran the process. We're in the 218 process right now. It didn't pass. They good effort, excellent, gave them excellent, almost got there, but it didn't pass. We do this process. This isn't the only district we do this for. You know, if you're going to slip on the 218 process and you don't like it, then it needs to be a state fix where this is something that gets fixed at the state level, because it's not allowable for us to fix it here at the county level, as far as I know, unless you can tell me differently. Every question we've had on every rate increase here, we've asked those questions. Can we do something different than what the process allows us? And it's been no. I guess you cannot do something which isn't good for the county and the district, and eventually in long term, not good for the community overall. It's not an easy decision. Setting up here isn't easy, but there's processes we're given, and you know, I just need a clear answer from you, the direction we're going here. I mean, you just read by state law, this is the process to follow. Didn't pass, so we should move forward with it. But you know, I know it's not easy to give straight answers, but pretty simple, because if 3 of us vote no, you know, 2 of us, you know, say, you know, we want to move forward, we're going in as a board on this thing. So anyway, every district will come back and challenge every decision that's been made. It'll be a long fight for you guys as you guys move forward as a board. I'm going to be leaving in January, so I won't be there. But setting precedent, that's always a conversation to be had. And the precedent's being set is we follow the 218 process. Every board before us has. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if you can answer that one way or the other, but.
Yeah, so and I'll focus much on, for the most part, on the Prop 218 study, because it is possible that even under this proposed alternative option of giving direction staff to revisit the issue, that upon revisiting it, that what may end up being presented to your board would be the same study. Because initially, when this study was initially conducted, that was for purposes of being in compliance with Article 13D of the Constitution, Section 6 sub B. There are specific requirements that a study would need to satisfy in order to present itself with the recommendations that's before your board. So again, what's before your board today is the ordinance presented for first reading. So that's the approval item for your board in order to whether or not to proceed with the first reading. If your board decides not to proceed with the first reading, that is to Supervisor Simon's point, that then leads us to this valid issue of what happens next. There's been some discussion of giving direction to staff, but I believe it was already raised by your board in the course of these discussions that this study that was conducted under Prop 218 was conducted specifically for purposes of being in compliance with what's needed to be presented for your board's consideration under the procedures.
And just a brief clarification, my understanding of the law is if there's 50 plus 1% protest votes, we're not allowed to move forward. There's nothing that forces us to say yes if it's 0% or 40%, right? Like we're only mandated in one direction once the 50% threshold has been reached. And I understand that even if we sat here and created a new tier, that's not the Prop 218 process that was followed, so it'd have to be resubmitted for everyone to be able to review those new tiers and be able to come back and do another protest and whatnot. Vice Chair Crandall.
With that, just one last question. Just a couple. One, how many translations were conducted for this specific CSA or this specific community?
We did not receive any calls to ask for a translation, so we heard from none of them.
Okay. And then how many, I guess, I don't even want, maybe in history, I don't know if that's even legitimate to ask, but how many have come this close when it comes to the 218 process? No.
That we just passed the last three on September 10th, and that's my history here. I have seen communities actually achieve that at a much higher rate than when we're dealing with 500.
Okay.
And so I have seen communities be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I still have, I don't think there was a lot of calls because they probably didn't read it. So, like, I have an issue with the 218 process at hand. That's where I'm at. Because I can't argue the other things because it's state law.
Supervisor Green?
Again, I don't think rebooting is going to be helpful in any way, and I don't think not acting today is going to be helpful. But just for the sake of argument, we do a reboot, commission a new study. How much did this study cost? How long did it take to let it and get completed? What's an average 218 study cost, and what are the timelines to do the math?
I think this one cost about $10,000, and then we've been doing this for over a year and a half now. Their lengthy processes, the Middletown one also took that long.
Okay, thank you.
Did it come from their budget and CSA or from the counties? It came from theirs? Okay.
No, they actually received a grant to do theirs.
Okay.
Middletown did, but not the last three that we did.
The last three came from the district.
It came from the districts themselves. We did reach out for that same grant funding, however, it wasn't available at that point.
Well, I'll also just say this. I know there's not a lot of people left already, but it's very imperative. I know going to the CSA meetings, a lot of it was lake recovery, when it comes to that. But a lot of folks didn't come until after the rates went out. And I think it's just imperative that when we move forward with any of these Prop 218s, let's just get everything out. Because for me, there's a lot of variables that put me in a position to question, that's all. And I know the community feels the same way.
I'm going to follow up on one of your questions, Vice Chair Crandall, and I appreciate you making the point. And I know in our last census, I think it's 20 or 21% of our community, their first language of choice is Spanish. How many protest votes did we receive that was written in Spanish?
I haven't counted. I could count right now.
But you received some?
I received a few, yeah, but I could count them now.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm actually happy that there's some that were received. And I do want to, and obviously I think that's a different item that we need to bring back, but at what point in our percentage of our population do we have to forcefully do a better job of doing outreach to make sure that there's equity in how we're reaching out? And I think that this is a learning moment on how we can do better for next time. Has there been a meeting between the CSA and yourself, Vice Chair Crandall, and Special Districts since our last opportunity on September 10th?
I don't know if they've met with them, no. I don't know.
We spoke to Helen. She came in after the meeting on the 10th, and she wasn't interested in another meeting. We did meet with her yesterday about another subject.
Okay. Okay. Well, yes.
I just want to backstop. I do agree with your concerns, Spanish-speaking people, equity, those are subject. I'm from Fresno, where everything goes out in bilingual. But that adds cost and complexity. You need certified translations. They are legal notices and what have you. So I'm very open to the broader discussion, but I don't think it's germane to the action item before us today, other than noting we could do better. But this is not what the item is before us today. If you want to give direction to staff, should this pass today, that any noticing regarding these rate increases go out with a certified translation, I'd certainly support that as an add-on if staff doesn't want to do it all by themselves. But we have the item before us today. It was legally noticed. There's nothing in Prop 218 or any other portion of state law I'm aware of that required, absolutely, as a baseline requirement, bilingual noticing on this. So I do appreciate very much your concerns, and Supervisor Crandall as well, but I can't see that as a make or break for the item before us today.
It's not much of a compromise, but it sounds to me like there's some waste within the water use by telling us that there's such high-end users, like you were saying, leaks. Maybe people are using it for ag reasons when that's not what your system is meant to be used for. I do see in your budget that there's not too many fines, and maybe that's something we need to look at, is misuse of this infrastructure is costing the general community, and those who misuse the system should potentially have to be fined for that. But I'd like to see a reduction in those types of activities or leaks or anything, and I'd like to see a proactive approach to it. What about if we add in there that we review this in the next annual year to see where we are? Are we still at the same level of water use? Things like that, just to at least keep an eye on it rather than 5 years later, here we are again. I don't see a review period, and maybe that can be during our budget. We just happen to do budget right now. Maybe that's something that can come back a year later, so we can be up to date as to what has changed in the area, what does the water use look like, do we feel that there's less leaks or less misuse, which eventually could lead to decreasing the overall cost of that system. I'm trying to find something, because doing nothing is not going to help you, and it's going to make your job that much more difficult, and it's going to make everyone else's life that much more miserable out there if your job becomes that much more difficult. So trying to find something that can help us pay attention as a board rather than just the district supervisor in the area, because it's important that we ensure that we're not just giving water for people to use in ways that it's not intended to be used for.
Yeah, and that's something we are looking at. So I sent out the 127 letters as a courtesy to let them know that we would be performing leak checks as a proactive measure to make sure that there weren't a bunch of leaks. They found 3 very small ones. So it is actual use that is happening. And we can do this on an annual basis easily with all of the districts on, who's using, how much water is being used in each district, and all of that. We can easily monitor that.
So that would be my suggestion, is adding it to the ordinance to review on an annual basis during budget hearings, water use.
And I appreciate the conversation with the overuse, the folks that are using all that water. It'd be nice to know what that is. Now, obviously, if you're growing big, we had some people standing, they do flowers, they do tomatoes, they do gardening, I think producing food, all in favor of that. If you can do that to maintain your community. And I think the water districts have that. If I'm going to pay a little farming fee or something like that, at least I think Calliope does. If you do gardening, there's a different little tier. So every district is different, but you got to confirm that too. I think it's the illegal use that we really got to know. Because I'd like to see at the state level and at the county level, if you're using it illegally, you should be able to turn your water off immediately so everybody else doesn't suffer. But that's a hard conversation, because I think we just got something from our Attorney General about making it harder to turn off water for folks. So anyway, different conversation. Also want to make sure through this whole process, which it's never easy what we're doing, but making sure that it's a low-income community out there, and we have that on record, because I think Spring Valley should be low-income for grant help, for other things like that, and to a disadvantaged community, because I know that's what helped a little bit in South County when we did some of those fees, is we got the grant, but then we also had to raise the rates to get the grant, but it helped with some of those fees. So anyway, I just want to make sure it's a disadvantaged community and the whole community there together. So grants would be an opportunity to hopefully pay off any loans you got out there for infrastructure or something. I don't know. But something like that would, because is there a fee on this for a expansion fee for a loan or anything on this one too? We've looked at so many lately. Just the CIP.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
no loans, but we do have, for the 3 bridges out there, we have gotten grants for those, and those are like $7 million apiece, so.
Yeah, that's the federal grant program.
And we do have funding for capacity increasing. We're working on dropping a well or another water source out there as redundancy.
So it sounds like you're doing everything you can.
We're trying.
And that's why this year your budget is a much larger budget, because you've received some grant funding in order to do some of that work. And I appreciate you being able to do that, because we don't want to have the ratepayers have to pay for every piece of the infrastructure upgrades or maintenance that needs to be done. Vice Chair Crandall.
Yeah, so just lastly, I did see Spring Valley on one of the grants we discussed today when it came to a grant we were filling out for housing as a disadvantaged community. Just now noting that because Supervisor Simon mentioned that. But Director or Administrator Bore, you mentioned something about a cost in the beginning, and that it's like you mentioned $70, and that there was like some sort of cost that would. You remember what I'm talking about?
The base rate cost?
I think, you were reading it off, and then you were saying that once they pay it, there's going to be an adjustment, or maybe I heard it wrong. Is there going to be a way to?
Well, the base rate includes up to 4 consumer units is already prepaid. The fixed meter cost is $77.30, which includes the first 4. And then each additional from 5 through 9 is $3.23, and over 9 is $4.12. So if it's somebody that uses, this is a calculation of what, the 12? The 13? And so if somebody used 13, including the water CIP fee of $14, the bi-monthly bill would be $124. So that's versus what is currently $67.15 for the same amount of water. Correct. We're talking about 24-25.
Not right now. So I'm looking for action.
I don't want to belabor it, because I'm just going to motion against it, so someone else can motion it, because I'm not for it at all. No.
There's nothing further, Chair. I'm going to move to waive the reading of the ordinance and ask the clerk to read it in title only.
Second.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification, would there be any amendments made prior to the clerk?
For the annual budget
As
review?
part of this motion?
Water use?
If you have some verbiage, I don't think it's necessary. I think we can probably give a consensus to staff without amending the language of the ordinance, and that'd be my suggestion. But if you want to lock in that language,
I would prefer, I'm going to say my vote hangs on making a slight change to ensure that we don't forget this community for this, because this is a difficult situation here. This is a 5-year plan. If we don't insert it into the writing, then there's nothing that holds us accountable to have to bring it back, and I want to make sure that we're held accountable to it.
So where would that go in the ordinance?
I would add it as an extra section. We could make it section 5 or move section 4 down and turn that into section 4 and say annual review of water use will be provided at budget hearing. June budget hearing, which is the better time to have a little bit more specific information. Is that appropriate to make that
Yes, so
type of change where section 4 becomes annual review of water use will be provided at the June budget hearing, and then move section 4 to be section 5?
Well, it's actually under section 1. You're looking at bullet item 4 under section 1, I think.
So there is, on the main substance of the ordinance is under section 1 on the document that's presented to your board, and there are sub-numbers below that, 1 through 4, with 4 being under the title of capital improvement fee. So for your board's consideration, you may add a sub-5 to that, so that it would still be part of that main section 1. And for your board's consideration, that sub-5 may state that the board shall review charges under this section 1.1.a, because that's in the heading, annually during County of Lake budget hearings.
That would work for me.
I still second it with the amendment.
And I will amend my motion to allow that second.
All right.
So the motion is to waive the reading of the ordinance as amended and direct the clerk to read it in title only. And you seconded that.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. And if we can read the title, please. I believe it's an ordinance amending section 1.1.a of ordinance number 2945, increasing the charges and fees for county service area number 2, Spring Valley Lakes. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And then we have to make a motion for the second reading.
Yeah, if we have a next available agenda date, my motion will be to advance the ordinance to the next available agenda for second reading and possible adoption.
And that would be as amended.
As amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Do we need to spell out the date?
It was at the next possible meeting, which means October 1st.
For the convenience, October 1st? Okay.
Okay.
You want to put a set time on it? Okay.
That's probably a good idea, and I would say work with Vice Chair Crandall to make sure it's in the appropriate spot of the agenda. Thank you, everybody. I know that's not the outcome you were looking for. To be honest, it's not the outcome that I was looking for either. Thank you for being part of the discussion. And we will move forward to item 611 or 2:30 p.m. Consideration of MOU between the County of Lake and Lake County Community Foundation to streamline the process of receiving and administering disaster funds. So due to the Boyles Fire, I was connected through Supervisor Pyska to the community foundations to reach out and get an MOU going so that they can go ahead and collect and administer funds to those in need. As you can see by looking through the MOU, it really tries to separate what is funds that would be provided to the county. If we approve them having those funds, we would go further and create another contract or agreement or MOU. But any other funds that they're able to collect through philanthropy or be able to collect from other means, they would be able to do so and have partnership with us. We would obviously be able to share lists of those that have been impacted or displaced by the disaster. And I think that's as brief of a summary as I can provide. I hope that the MOU itself is self-explanatory. I do believe that we have Annette Camaloni. She is in attendance. If we can go ahead and move her into the panelist for a moment, in case that the Lake County Community Foundation had any comments to make. And Ms. Camaloni, did you want to make any comments regarding this MOU?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just joined in. I apologize. No, at this point, I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just a quick reminder, it's a foundation versus other type of business entity. So it's a 501c3?
I'm going to let Ms. Camaloni respond, but I believe the answer is yes.
Yes, it is.
All right. So just the eligibility to handle those funds. I guess I'm assuming that you have it, but I didn't see it baked in. So thank you for clarifying that.
And just again, I think it was in the memo, they are part of the League of Community Foundations in the state of California with support from them as well as other community foundations throughout the state. And I think they're in a good position to not only grow and develop themselves, but also to provide support when this community is in need. There's no further comments or questions, then I'll open it up to the public. Anyone wish to speak on this item? We've vacated the chamber and no hands in the Zoom room. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve the MOU between the County of Lake and the Lake County Community Foundation to streamline the process of receiving and administering disaster funds.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And that completes our open session items. We will return to our closed session as I had read in the past for both 8.1 and 8.2. And we will not be coming out of closed session with any action. And so have yourself a wonderful afternoon and evening. Thank you.